All right, chat. What is happening? Wait, what the heck? Okay, there we go. I guess you guys got a sneak peek at my very organized desktop. Appreciate the 11 months there, Manny Pistachio. What is up, chat? Yeah, I started. I said I was gonna start. My goal was 9:30. Probably 10 was more reasonable. My goal was to start the stream at 10. We're starting at 12. I started the stream around 12. So a little bit later than I wanted, but yeah, I'm still working on trying to get up. I actually naturally woke up at like 7:40. I think it was like 7:45. I like woke up and I was like, I kind of want to sleep a little bit longer. So I slept till 9. My goal was to try and wake up at 8. Yo, what's up, Soda? It's all right. I got you back, so I'm fine with it. So I woke up at 9, or yeah, I ended up sleeping until 9. But I should have just gotten up. I should have just got up at 7:30 and just ran with it. I mean, I only would have been streaming at like 11. I would have started like an hour earlier. But yeah, I didn't get much of my video stuff done. Usually I like work on my videos, or I have some videos prepared. Like I usually work on my video stuff at night, like after I'm done streaming. But I wasn't able to work on anything last night before I went to bed. I like to go to bed at the same time every night. I like that, just having a routine and being on that like constant routine schedule type thing. I think is super important, and I definitely feel more productive and more motivated and like just more energy, and it just feels better to be in a like a strict routine or fairly strict routine. So I went to bed, and then I woke up this morning a little bit later than I want to, so I had to work on some video stuff this morning. Like usually I upload my videos upload at 4 a.m. Pacific. Usually is when I have them upload or when they go live. But like my videos this morning went up like an hour or 2 hours ago because I worked on them this morning instead of last night. So I had to get that all done. So that's why I'm a little bit late starting the stream today. But we're here. I'm gonna continue the VOD review today of the big whale lord. Yeah, it is a big whale lord. Not quite life size, but maybe like baby whale lord size. How big is a baby whale lord? Wait, a baby whale lord is a whalmer. Never mind. Yeah, a baby whale lord is a whalmer. What do you think about using English and Japanese cards at Worlds legal? You can't mix them though, right? You can't mix. Can you mix English and Japanese cards? Like, can you play some jingle? I'm trying to say Japanese and English at the same. What was I saying? Jinglish? Can you play some Japanese and some English cards, or do you have to like pick one language to play, or one card type back to play your deck in? They should really enforce, like, for the potential problems of people playing two different, no mixing, I believe. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine as long as you can't mix them. I think it's fine. It's like whatever. It's not a big deal. Different card backs and different card stock. Yeah, that's what I would assume. I wasn't sure though. I saw it. I didn't really read the whole thing. Yeah, I didn't really read it, so I didn't know actually what was happening. What the heck? Did I spill? Why it makes it be a problem if everything is sleeved up? Because most sleeves you can see the back of the cards through the sleeve. Also, the card stock difference is a thing. But like, there's a difference in card stock between like a V or like a V star and a common non-hollow, right? So I don't even know, like, is that even is the card stock reason a good reason? I don't even know if that's a good reason, to be honest. But I guess if you can't see through the card back, the sleeve, then maybe it is fine to mix them then to play Japanese cards and non-Japanese cards. Um, I could see that. Like, I could see like if you're, because like most of the problem is like most of the time you can see through the back of the cards, the back of the sleeves to see the back of the card. You can see through sleeves to see the back of the card. But yeah, if you use something like the Dragon Shield dual mats, you can't see it. So I don't know. All right, so we still got 2 rounds to close out in day 1 here. And then got day 2 after that. What about card stock though? Yeah, but like there's a difference in card stock between a V and a like if you take a Comfy, a non-hollow Comfy, and a Giratina V, there's a difference in card stock right there, isn't there? Like that's a difference in card stock. Or am I? I'm not trolling, right? There's a difference. Like, so I don't know if you have like a Japanese Comfy non-hollow versus an American Comfy non-hollow, like it's still the same difference, right? Like there's still a card stock difference. So like, I don't know. Prize pack cards? Wait, what's a prize pack card? Like the league? What are prize packs? Yeah, but like a V and a non-hollow are different as well. Wanna go get one and test it? Those league pack cards are actually trash. Are the league pack cards also different? Have you noticed a difference in those? Lorelai said you're lying. She said, I didn't say you're lying. I just said I haven't looked at them personally. Price pack stamped with logo on. Yeah, they're stamped with like the logo, but the price pack cards are kind of cool though, to be honest. Actually, I think it's like pretty cool what they did with that. Having that like be like a unique art and stamp and stuff. Those league pack cards are actually trash. What do you mean, like in terms of quality? They're so flimsy. So they actually are they actually thinner? That's interesting. That doesn't make any sense why they'd be thinner though. There's a difference in card stock. It's just a foil on the card stock for VS VMAX to a common no Japanese card stock isn't getting it from the same supplier, are they? I mean, I guess, but that's still like there's still a difference in thickness of the card, right? Like a V compared to a non-hollow common, like the regular stamp cards are flimsy, but the non-hollow I would have to actually see these cards now. Pulling a crappy Charizard and selling it for 60 because of the stamp is nice. It's true. The colors can be off as well. Yeah, well, that sometimes happens with like I played against someone at UIC whose VIP passes were like hella faded. Like I picked one up and my opponent was like, "Yeah, they look fake, don't they?" Like one of my opponents at UIC's VIP passes like looked fake. They weren't though. What are these? Japanese cards? Wait, this isn't Japanese. Oh, this almost feels thicker. What do you think? Oh, this is a. The Japanese ones do feel thinner. I feel like. If you put them in a sleeve, I don't think it'll matter. That's what because the sleeve will like. Oh. Pass me one of those. All right, put them in the sleeve. I mean, if you put them in a sleeve, I like the. Yeah, now they feel more similar. It's like once you sleeve edit, it's gonna be less of a difference maker. Who opens your sleeves for you at events? I have to ask a judge. And once you put them in sleeves, I guess I didn't really ever think about that. Like even like for hollows compared to non-hollows, like even just English cards, like once you put it in a sleeve, it definitely takes away part of the factor of like one being thicker. But what you would have to do to be able to tell the difference would probably look sus as hell. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to really tell it. So like, because they said that you can use Japanese cards at Worlds. But wait, does someone have the link to the thing? Yeah, appreciate the 2 months there. Kill you the blame. Does someone have the link to the post where they say that you can use Japanese cards at Worlds? I want to read it. I want to see if it sounds like it sounds like they're saying you can mix them or not. You think Scarlet and Violet got better? Really? No. Are they the best? Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, they fixed that Mamako. Yeah, they fix it like within the hour, I think, of that being a dude. How do they how do they typo that all that stuff? Yeah, I'm actually looking at it right now. Hold up. Dude, what the heck is going on? Oh, I should have my camera off. Yeah, they fixed it already. 350. How do they mess that up though all the time? How do you mess it up, man? Okay. I didn't know that. So apparently, I can show you guys as well. We got some different cards here to look at, Lorelei. So these are what are these Chinese cards?
Yes,
These are Chinese cards, but they actually have. I thought Chinese cards had the same back as the Japanese cards. These are Chinese cards. So are these similar to Japanese cards in
they're
terms of
printed by the same printer
they just have the different back?
Yeah.
Okay. And these are the English.
Yeah. If they started using
These do feel a little bit nicer. They feel thinner. Yeah, they feel thinner. What is it basically like? Everyone thinks this is a higher quality card.
well, I mean, if you look at the backs, like that's where
Like how easily
like,
marked they get.
yeah, like you can see it on the edges.
Yeah. So do you think? So did they just not even change anything about the cards at all going to Scarlet and Violet? They just did the silver borders, or
They just changed and like the card stock is slightly different, but not. It's the ultra rares that they changed. Added the new foiling.
are the new ultra rares thinner? No, just different foiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't just make it uniform, especially if like they already have the Chinese cards are already using the same backs as us, but the card stock is the same as what Japan uses, right?
Yeah. So I want them to just use the same.
Do you know if it's more expensive for them to be printed like this or like this?
For sure.
I mean, that's what I would assume. It's probably just more expensive to print them like this, but they can afford it, so.
I mean, they already made us pay more for our cards. Like they upped the MSRP.
It feels less
20
glossy.
bucks.
Yeah, it feels less glossy too. Like the Chinese cards feel more glossy.
Yeah, they definitely do have more gloss.
Yeah,
100%.
they're smoother.
Right with a Sharpie on a Japanese cards or a Chinese card, it's harder. Wax layer on it.
And it's definitely thinner. I have to like close my eyes. Focus. My Jedi training. Yeah, it's definitely the English cards are definitely thicker. I didn't even know about the wax layer on cards until you told me about it. I didn't know that was a thing. But it's like not very thick, obviously. Like it's thicker, but it's not actually even that thick.
Yeah. I think their only concern is like they
I mean, they already went to silver border, so that's like already like a mark, anyways.
well, but they're usually like they're not worried about markings on the front. They're worried about markings
The
like
feel.
yeah, the feel and then backs.
Yeah. But they could keep the back.
Yeah, the back.
But I just don't think it matters.
I think
Once you sleeve it up in 60 sleeves, like I just don't think it matters. Like, because you already have V's and like non-hollows that are different anyways, right?
Yeah,
like, yeah, they just need to get over it and just go through the process of getting us on the same stock as what everywhere else. Well, it's like all the TPCI controlled regions have different card stock, right?
Yeah. Like US has their own card stock. Like Thai cards have their own card stock. Like Indonesian cards. Pretty much Japanese and Chinese are the only ones that have like the same, and then
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, so it's just
Basically, like
just China and Japan have
China and Japan are like the gold standard, and everybody else's card stock.
Okay. I don't want him either. Thank you. All right, now we know, chat. Lorelai educated us on card stock. It's trash, except for in China and Japan. And in China, they actually use the card back that we use. So we just have to hope that we eventually get there. One day. All right, Lorelai's gonna give me one more card to look at. She's gonna show me a Final Fantasy card. About card stock now, could you? All right, so where does this talk about what to bring? Your deck has registered for the tournament, damage counters and condition markers, a coin or coin flip legal die. So we can bring dice. Someone was talking about like that dice are illegal in Japan. Someone mentioned that to me. A pen to fill out your match slip. Ooh, they're being strict about this one now. Bring your pens. Check-in and badge pickup, prizes. Additional prizes first, top 32 hat. Oh, this is for... Let's bring those coins. Do not bring coins. If you bring a coin, you're literal... And let me see. Where does it say... Wait, where does it talk about... Is it in this? I'll find the thing where it says we can use Japanese cards. Yeah, where does it talk about the Japanese cards? Chat. Oh, probably in here, right? The card language is in the registration. Is in registration. These feel like playing cards.
Yeah, and Pokemon, but I think they have some of the best quality for playing.
All right, these are Final Fantasy cards, and they feel like playing cards though. Especially the backs. The backs really feel like playing cards. They're like textured. Is it expensive? Okay. Dude, what about a roll up to a Pokemon event with Sid of Clan Gully, not Hollow and Hollow, and we got him with the when Sid of Clan Gully enters the battlefield, you may search your deck for one category Final Fantasy TA2 forward and add it to your hand. What kind of card name is that? One category FFTA2 forward? They got like textbooks and as card names. Yeah, these feel pretty good though, actually.
Yeah, and it's just like as a company,
It just feels
like,
solid.
Like I know that this company is not yet they're like printing quality like stock.
Yeah.
Insane.
It feels like a trading card. I like this. I like this feel. Because it's like, it's thin. The problem, I guess I didn't really notice that with Pokemon cards. Like, Pokemon cards are, like, English Pokemon cards are, like, thick. But they feel like, clunky, I guess. I don't know how to put it now. I guess these aren't, like, super, but I don't know, these feel solid. I like the feel of that. Feels like a trading card. Like a, did I say a trading card? What do I mean
like
to say? Like
Card,
a poker card.
Yeah.
It feels like a poker card. Is Lorelei hopping on the Lorcana train? Yes. One Piece cards are thick. It's like a double a Pokemon card at One Piece. Yeah, I didn't really ever notice that when I played with One Piece, but when I played One Piece, I played a little bit of One Piece, but I didn't ever notice that, to be honest. Okay, registration. All players are permitted to use English and Japanese cards, plus all languages that are legal in their home rating zone. So I still can't use French cards, right? My home rating zone is Canada, America, but Canada gets the exception of French cards, not America, right? One Piece cards are so thick you're about to proxy them with Amazon Prime shipping boxes. So it says you can use English and Japanese cards, but it doesn't say that you have to use all of one or all of the other. But I would assume that would be just kind of what's it called? I assume that would just be kind of you have to do that. That's probably a pretty good assumption. Wouldn't I say or instead of and if that was the case? That's true. That is true, Jay. That's why when I read it, it feels like you could use both. The way it's worded is like that you could use both. Waiting for the day we can use all languages besides Japan, given the different texture of cards. I mean, we used to be able to do that. So I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on this for sure. When I started playing the game, you were allowed to make a sixth of your deck a different language. So you could play 10 cards. Was it 10 cards? Or was it 6 cards? Was it a tenth of your deck or a sixth of your deck? Someone else in chat maybe knows. What did we used to be able to use? You used to be able to use some amount of non-English cards, but it wasn't your whole deck. You couldn't make your whole deck non-English, which is like really silly. But I think prior to when that rule was, I think it was 1/10. I thought it was like 6 cards. Okay, so if you guys are saying that, then it probably was. So yeah, back when I started playing in 2010, you were allowed to make a sixth of your deck or a tenth of your deck non-English if you want. Well, for me, it would be non-English. You could use any cards you wanted outside of your region. But I think prior to that rule, you could play a full foreign deck. But then they started cutting down on it. And I think the year after they made it, no, you have to use all English at that point. Like, I'm pretty sure after 2010 Worlds, your deck had to be fully, after 2010 Nats, US Nats, or 2010 Worlds, your deck had to be fully your language, your region's languages. And also, you couldn't draw on cards anymore. Back when I started playing the game, you used to be able to draw on cards. So people would like put little top hats and like monocles on their cards. But they got rid of that, I'm pretty sure, after Nats that year. Which makes sense. I don't think you should be able to draw on cards. I also don't think you should. I think you should also have to use your home region's cards. So I think the rules that they've put in place since then are like optimal. The good old spike of Luxray after. That's true, yeah, because people used to use like specifically like Japanese level X's, because level X's were like the expensive cards in the SP decks back in the day. So Uxie level X, or Yuxi, whatever. The level X's, people used to use Japanese level X's because they were cheaper than English level X's. But then yeah, then the rule changed, and then everyone had to go get, because like Luxray level X at Nationals, maybe it was before Nationals then. Because Luxray level X at Nationals was like $70 or something. Pokemon used to be more expensive back in the day. I remember as well. I remember Yen Mega Prime was like $100. That was like a combination of a couple things. There was a mid-season rotation. Yen Mega was the best Pokemon in the format, or like close to the best Pokemon in the format. Thankfully, you had people playing Rush Explosion, so it didn't even spike higher. But I heard someone fully colored their cards black on the image, and that's why they got rid of the drawing rule. That might have been it. I think it was a combination of a couple things. One of my friends that year, they colored the border of their cards, which is kind of funny because right now we have mixed border colors of silver and yellow. But one of my friends colored the borders of their cards pink, and they got DQ'd in top 16 because they were deemed marked cards. I think there was just a whole slew of things probably that happened, and they're like, why are we letting people draw on their cards? All right, cancel or stop it. Uxie and Luxray alone were more expensive than any single deck we have today. Yeah, like those cards are like insane. It's like Pokemon is so cheap, it's insane, which is like a good thing. I think it's great that competitive Pokemon is so cheap and easy to get into. Never should have been allowed. Well, I mean, it probably came over because you can still draw on Magic cards, I believe. Like in Magic, you can draw on cards. So it's probably something that came over back when Pokemon was part of Wizards of the Coast. Before it became TPCI or whatever it is now, whatever. Like I think you can still draw on Magic cards. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So it's just like, oh, well, you could do that, so you can do it on Pokemon, and then eventually they got rid of it at some point. How expensive are we talking? Like $70. Like Luxray level X at Nationals 2010, I think Luxray was $75. I remember Yen Mega was like $100. At 2011 Nationals, Yen Mega was like $100. Like yeah, Mewtwo EX was like I don't know if it was Mewtwo EX's Guardia is $50 now. Wait, actually? Hold up. Gardevoir EX? How much is a Gardevoir EX? It's $5. Someone said 50. It's 5. No, the market price is 7. No, but the market price for the base one is 271. J-Car with the trolling. He means the whole deck? Oh, the whole deck is $50. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but back then, one Luxray was $75. Yeah, the whole deck is 50. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I thought you meant like the... That's actually crazy. Yeah, the best deck in the format, Gardevoir EX, the whole deck costs $50. Back in the day, one Luxray level X cost $70. And you only played 2 of them, but all the cards in that deck were more expensive because like probably stuff like Luxray, like the Luxray non-level X was probably like $10. Maybe even more than that back in the day. I don't even know. Yeah, that is wild. Crazy. Why would anyone pay 100 for Mewtwo EX when you can just get the same effect for 5 from Yveltal EX? Well, Yveltal wasn't even out when Luxray or when Mewtwo was a card. The staple, yeah, like Cyrus's, I'm sure were a couple bucks as well, like the main supporter in the deck. 2 3 months ago, a cash Tira deck in Yu-Gi-Oh was legit 8 to 900. Yes, like yeah, Pokemon. It's really nice that Pokemon is so affordable. Paid $45 each. Yeah, Tapu Lele. Even yeah, not even that long ago. Like Tapu Leles were like super expensive, not that long ago. Yveltal EX was 50 when it dropped. Yeah, we've come a long way in terms of affordability of the game. Actually, to be honest, I wonder. I wonder if that's gotten better or worse for local game stores, though, right? Because like you want local game stores to be thriving as well. I wonder how if it's gotten better. Like the popularity of the game has gone way up, but the cost of product of like your return on selling products has definitely gone down, right? Especially like singles wise. Flesh and Blood decks can be like 1K plus. Yeah, I was thinking about going to a Flesh and Blood tournament in. Pretty sure it's equaled out. That's what I'm wondering. Has it equaled out? Surely it's equaled out. Yeah, maybe. My local game stores transition to cater more to players with sorting bulk now. I'm sure they had to come up with different ways to like make revenue. Yo, what's up, Evan? Yeah, I was thinking about going to a Flesh and Blood regional in Vegas at some point, or whatever. I don't know if it's a regional, but whatever, a big tournament in Vegas. But then I looked at the deck prices, and it was like the cheapest deck that made top 8 at the recent tournament was like $800 or something. I was like, bruh, like, why do you not want your game to be like reasonably accessible? Like, that's cringe. Like, I'm not gonna drop $800. Like, if it was like $200, maybe. But I'm not dropping $800 to go play in a tournament in a game. Like, it's like hard to get. Like, it's so hard to get into that game. Like, why would I? I don't know. This thing has to be leaking. I don't think I had it screwed on all the way. They don't have cheap versions of cards like Pokemon. Yeah, but then how is your game ever gonna grow? Like is Flesh and like I can't imagine Flesh and Blood actually grows because like there's no casual. Like you have to be like super try hard competitive. Like you have to be like a try hard because decks freaking cost $1,000 or there's no like casual scene for it. I feel like Magic's a little bit different because they have like Friday Night Magic and all the kind of stuff that's like super more casual. And there's so many formats in Magic too that like you don't have to like play like one of the more expensive formats. But it feels like something like Flesh and Blood, like you literally like there's no casual way to play the game. She's also super cool with proxy, so that's nice. You're spending a couple thousand on a deck. What is the go-to format in Magic again right now? It's like basically expanded, right? They're like standard isn't the go-to format anymore, except like on the arena. If you want to play GLC where you want to buy all this old cards, they must now cost too much to. That's true. GLC would like eventually get expensive, but like GLC is such a more casual format, and like there's, I don't know. I feel like it's just like not as big of a deal that like, and you can also just like not play certain cards and just play other ones instead. And you was like, free shirt, nah. Well, they actually don't give out. They only give you a shirt if they don't want you to have your other shirt on stream. But now they actually let people wear like sponsored jerseys and shirts on stream. Like the last 2 times I've been on stream, I wore my full grip shirt. They actually let people wear their sponsored jerseys or shirts or whatever on stream now, which is nice. And they don't give you a shirt if you just want one. If they're fine with your shirt, which like Andrew does not have a brand on their shirt. GSC is fine. Yeah, it's also you only need a one of, so All right, let's get into this. Let's get into this next round. I think we're ready to go into the next round. This was the closest I got to on stream this weekend. I was literally the next match over at the tables. All right. That's not like, dude, I feel like I don't think anyone knows how they pick stream matches. They don't just like pick a table. I'm not saying you don't know this, Rodom, but whenever like I'm sitting down, and it's not even like me who gets picked for stream. Like, so if someone next to me gets picked to be on stream, and then like someone next to them is like, "Oh man, I was so close to being on stream." It's like, no, you weren't. They picked that table because of the players, not because of the table number. They didn't like RNG a table number and like, all right, they're going on stream. Like, they pick stream matches based on the deck that the players are playing and how well they're doing, or the people who are playing the deck. So it's like if I'm sitting at table 4 and then they pick table 5 to be on stream, then the people at table 6 like, oh man, we're so close to being on stream. We're one table off. It's like, no, that's not how they pick the people to be on stream. They didn't just like run one of those lottery things with like a bunch of balls with numbers on it. And they're like, oh, table 256, they're going on stream. Like, that's not how it works. You're not close to being on stream. Well, you could have been if you're like, if you're playing a cool deck and you're doing well, or you're playing against like, or you are a known player, or you're playing against a known player, then you're close to being on stream. But that's why you'd be close to being on stream, not because of you weren't close, little bro. It's just so funny because I hear it all the time. People are like, oh, we're so close to being on stream. It's like, no, that's not. They weren't gonna pick you, bro. Maybe they should stream some round 6 bottom table Magic sometimes. No shot. Some round 6 bottom table. Table 256. I mean, table 256 round 1 would be fine. Even round 2 potentially. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tord's at table 1000 in round 1 at NAIC. They picked Tord. The person at table 1001 was like, oh, so close. So I can wear my own jersey I made that says Team Solo sponsored by my paycheck. Probably not, Tartarus. They do ask you if the shirt you're wearing is like, you could maybe get away with it. It would be possible to get away with it. They don't know you, little bro. Yeah, you can maybe get away with that. Like the 2 times I've gone up recently with my full grip shirt on, since they've actually allowed people to like wear sponsored stuff on stream, they ask you, okay, are you actually sponsored by the brand that's on your shirt? And I was like, yep. And they still had to like confirm it with like someone who's like the higher up. So I wear my knockoff Puma shirt that says coma instead, and the Puma is like asleep. Probably not. No, they'd probably have you put they'd probably give you a Pokemon shirt to put on, to be honest. I'm sponsored by Nike. Call them up. Wait, do you get to keep the Play Pokemon shirt afterwards? Yeah, you do get to keep the Play Pokemon shirt. Yeah, Play Pokemon, they let you keep the shirt. They don't want it back. Okay. Like sometimes they give you a free one even if you have a like reasonable shirt. I think recently they haven't been doing that though. They've only been letting you they only give you a shirt if they want to cover up your current shirt. And that's it. Like sometimes in the past, like not me, but like I usually am always wearing a shirt that they would want covered up until recently. And so I always end up with a shirt. But sometimes my opponent would have like a reasonable shirt that they could wear on stream, and then they ask, can I get a shirt anyways? And sometimes they've said yes, but I think as of lately they are saying no to that. I don't know though. They're just running out of shirts. Yeah, almost out of shirts. That's why they're allowing people to wear sponsored stuff on the stream now, because they're running out of shirts. Yeah, that's why you should always make sure you're wearing a shirt that would force them to give you a Play Pokemon shirt. Are they nice shirts? They're okay. I mean, they're like fine. Nothing like super special. All right, let's get into this round. Round 8. We got Natalie with the Guardy versus Andrew with the Arctina. This is the winning in round to go to 6-1-1. See who's going first here. The Mana V-Star from Natalie is not great, and it is Andrew going first here. Does have the Arceus V-Star in hand as well already, so very well set up off the rip. It looks like a pretty good start here for Natalie as well, though. Has some options. Battle VIP Pass, and that was maybe an Iono there as well. That's a pretty good Greninja there. Here comes the Battle VIP Pass. I didn't actually check the prize cards there. We could have checked the prize cards. Looking at Mew and Ralts here. Definitely wants to get down like the opening Manaphy is like really bad in this matchup because it's like it's kind of just stuck on your board for the rest of the game and is useless. So so yeah, the Manaphy start is actually really bad in these kind of matchups. There's the Mew and the Ralts, and then we have a level ball in the hand for Natalie. So Natalie might be going back in with a level ball or a Fog Crystal. I'm sorry. And this list from Natalie is. I don't know if Natalie plays... No, I think there is a worker in here. I think it's 2 worker, actually. So this list from Natalie has 2 collapsed, 2 worker. I believe has double station and 2 force seal stone. The Australians had an interesting list. And then immediately goes into the Mew, actually. I thought there was an Iono in hand, but maybe there wasn't. So we're looking for another Battle VIP pass here, and there it is. All 3 of them were in the top. So close to like not seeing any of them. Why didn't I give my last round opponent the win at NAIC? Why would I give my last round opponent the win at NAIC? If you can tell me why I should do that, why should I? Tell me why I should. Why do people riffle shuffle so much in Pokemon? I rarely see it in other games. Well, in other games the cards are more expensive. I think there might be is there a Ralts prize here? There is a Ralts prize. Okay. No, I don't know. All right, there's the V-Star from Andrew, and has a Judge in hand as well, I believe. Maybe debating, or an Iono and a Judge. You should just Judge here as Andrew, I think. You could go with a Boss KO, but then you have, like, nothing set up. So I don't know how I feel about that. I'm already a GOAT. So what's not day 2 anyways for you? Yeah, but why should I give my opponent the win? Why should my opponent not give me the win? I'm not saying I deserve the win, but why do they deserve the win? We've seen the V-Star come out of Andrew immediately here, though, so I feel like Andrew is going to go with the boss play, which I'm actually not a big fan of. You appreciate the 35 months there, I think. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess we're going with a boss play here from Andrew, which I don't hate. Boss on Ralts is, like, okay, but I kind of like just Judge and then save the V-Star for afterwards. Goes with the nest. I actually don't like this nest ball grab at all because you need to find Bidoof. You need to find other attackers. I actually don't like the nest ball grab here from Andrew. Going for another Arceus instead of the Tina. I guess that's probably fine. But I'm actually curious how Andrew's actually. I actually don't like that. Was it a natural try? Or did someone actually? I won game 2 on turn 3, so we had the zero setup in game 3. I'm gonna be really disappointed in Andrew if Andrew actually plays the Judge here. Wait, no supporter? All right, this I hate. What? Wait, this can't be the play. Could a boss KO to Ralts? Maybe KO the Mew's better to stop the turn 2 knockout from happening, but then you just play. I think you definitely play. Andrew is like so not set up here. There's like no setup here from Andrew at all. No Bidoof down. No Tina getting set up. So you don't have like a way to potentially one-hit KO a Guardy if Candy Guardy comes out. I don't like this play at all from Andrew. You want to set up here. Also, this is why I don't like the nest ball grab here. You should just grab the Arceus itself. Because you want to save the nest ball and the deck to find your Bidoof, find your Tina at some point. Oh, oops. All right, we're back in it. Okay, now I have to go back to where we were. Hold up. We're getting leaks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate KOing the Mew, but I think comboing that with a Judge is just so good. I don't hate KOing the Mew, because the KO on the Mew means it's going to be like probably not super likely to pull off the Candy Guardy. Yeah, so I don't love this play from Andrew. I don't love this play at all from Andrew. I actually just don't like this. Like, you're just so underdeveloped. Your board is like not developed at all. And like, you got Natalie's Mew, I guess, but all right, here we go. Draw's coming in for the Curlia. Another level ball in hand as well. I actually think I would have liked to have seen Natalie play both level ball immediately. Oh, Natalie also had another Curlia in hand. Was that in hand or hold up? Let me see the sequence again. I can't see Natalie's hand, so because you're playing for the Candy Guardy, so I would like to see like that be played a little bit more aggressively for. I feel like. Go back to the beginning of the turn. Let me see what we're cooking with here. So level ball off the rip here. Gets Curlia. I believe does have another level ball in hand. So I'd like to see that level ball played immediately for the Curlia. Increase your odds. I guess you maybe want to go triple Curlia here. That's like the argument is to not do that. But I feel like you want to play really aggressively for the Candy Gardevoir. Which is like pretty reasonable for Natalie to get here. So I'd like to see that be played a little bit more aggressively for. So there's the first Curlia. Discard the boss. And then I believe there is a level ball in hand still here. We'll see what these cards are. Yeah, there's a level ball in hand right there. So I would like to have seen Natalie play that level ball. I don't know if there was a Curlia drawn off this Curlia, but yeah. And then uses this. I'd like to see that level ball get played right now, I think. Ooh, gives up a Zacian? That's interesting. What is the hand that Natalie would give up a Zacian there? It's like that. The Zacian could be comboed with 4 Sealstone. I think Natalie could have played this a lot more. Also could have played the Fog Crystal and gotten energy and just because you're going to retreat the Manaphy anyways. Like your goal here as Natalie is Candy Guardy, just hit with Guardy. So playing the Fog Crystal ahead of time too to maybe thin out to try and get the Candy. Maybe he already has the Candy play in hand though. Is just trying to play efficiently out of the hand, which is possible. But there's the worker. Or there's the Guardy. So I think this is the Guardy that gets Candy now. I think Natalie could have played this a lot more aggressively to try and get this Candy Guardy play. I think this is like Natalie didn't get like lucky here, but like yeah, I know Natalie plays 2 Zacian. It's just interesting that it got discarded there, but does play probably does play double Super Rod as well, so like can recover it at some point, so it's like not that big of a deal. But it's interesting that Natalie discarded the Zacian. I'm just curious to know what the rest of the hand is. There's Super Rod in hand, at least a Super Rod. That we discarded Zacian because if you draw into 4 Sealstone, but I guess you do play the Fog, like you could Fog Crystal for the Zacian again. See, I feel like Natalie could have played more aggressively for this line here to get the Candy Guardy. Like getting Candy Guardy here is just so good. I feel like you'd want to play more aggressively for it. Get the punch here for 190. And then probably just gonna this is like a little bit awkward here because you're probably just gonna 2-hit KO this thing with no, you could retreat to Cresselia and knock this out with Cresselia actually. Yeah. Yeah. So now Andrew has a really like underdeveloped board. No draw power in play. Oh, there's a 4 Sealstone in hand as well. No draw power in play. Nothing like that. Just going for the boss on the Curlia. I don't hate that, I guess. Guardy gets pushed back up. And we do have the Super Rod in the hand as a response from Natalie. And there's no... Still, Andrew does not have a way to 1-hit KO this guard. I just don't like this. Like, this is like... Andrew has no... Like, Natalie's just gonna win this board state. Like, every time. Path isn't being used to draw out stadiums. I don't know. They get the free Greninja uses. Like, there's no developed board from Andrew. And Andrew could have been developing their board this whole time if they just, like, played the draw supporter off the rip. No Tina. Tina's not as like relevant anymore, I feel like, because the Guardy X has already had its moment. Yeah, the Guardy X has already had its moment. Here comes a Super Rod from Natalie. Recover that Ralts. Need that Ralts for sure. Gets back the Zacian as well. You could even bench the Zacian here, probably, to be honest. I would also like to see probably an Iono here from Natalie. Yeah, and there we go. Gets the Zacian and the Ralts. I like that. And I'm just going to punch for the KO. And then, honestly, playing an Iono here seems pretty good. Put Andrew down to 4. Put Andrew down to 4. They have like a 6-card hand right now, I believe. No Bidoof in play, no B-Barrel in play. Gets the 4 Sealstone. There's yeah, like this is like Andrew's just like done. They're cooked. Like this is, I mean, but like that's what you get when you play. Like it's definitely played very poor here from Andrew. I feel like, nothing set up, nothing to work with, because they didn't go out of their way to set up their board. Yeah. So Natalie's in quite a good spot right now. I feel like. I think Natalie was thinking about setting up something else just in case the path comes down, but opts not to. Still does have a worker and 2 collapsed stadium left, so. Should be okay. And yeah, over to Andrew. Andrew's board sucks. Like Andrew's board is actually just terrible. So we're gonna see the Arceus get grabbed here, and then we will have bench Arceus and play Path to the Peak. And yeah, no hand to work with, and it's just a punch on the Guardy. Like it's just not good enough. This is why you want Tina set up to be able to threaten the one-hit KO on this Guardy. Because you don't want the Guardy player to be able to do this for free, where they get to attack with a Guardy to like put on some pressure, set up some KOs, and then you can't return one-hit KO it. That's why you like need to get the Tina in play faster. And one of the things that can come up though is like if Andrew doesn't actually play the cleansing gloves, then if you don't put 6 on the Guardy, or no, if you don't play the cleansing gloves and the Guardy only ends up with 20 damage on it, you can't actually one-hit KO it with the Tina. But usually the Guardy will end up with 40 on it. So, but yeah, Natalie should be able to probably get a one-hit KO on this Arceus, or maybe just the bench Arceus with a Gust. Does need a way to bump the stadium, though. We don't have that yet here for Natalie. And actually, the double collapsed, when you're playing up against a Path deck, we'll be able to open up Natalie's bench for them, because she can play the collapsed stadium, discard the Manaphy, and then Andrew will spawn with a Path. Will spawn with a Path, and then Natalie will be able to then bench down more Pokemon, be able to fill the bench with more Ralts at some point, so... yeah, playing up against a Path deck like the Manaphy, playing against a Path deck with double collapse yourself actually makes it so the Manaphy, starting the Manaphy isn't as harsh. And I think Natalie's going to be able to get to that. The 1 KO on the active. And I would like to see Natalie go get the KO with Zacian if possible. I actually even think if Natalie can boss KO the bench one with the Zacian instead, I think that actually might be a better play, because you want to preserve your draw power in play. So if you get judged or Iono'd, you have enough draw power in play to be able to work from there. I guess the one problem with attacking with Zacian this turn would be you would lose your Forest Sealstone, and then your opponent would be on even prize cards, so they could theoretically go knockout Zacian, Iono, you get stuck, and then boss KO your Guardy to win. So it's probably better to attack with the baby Guardy, I guess, here overall. So that way, if they do KO they do have to KO your baby Guardy. They KO your baby Guardy, you get like +1 turn to play the game. So this is probably just correct to attack with Guardy here. And you definitely don't want to Iono here as Natalie as well. So here comes the baby Guardy, loaded up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What do you need? 8. I think there's 8 there. Attach return and slap. Goodbye Arceus, and then 0 card hand for Andrew. So Andrew needs to like basically top deck Iono or Judge here to have a hope. It's an S-ball. So you go for Squavette here, and then you hope to Squavette into Iono or Judge. Yeah, but Andrew did this to themselves. Like, it looks bad for Andrew, but that's because Andrew played bad though. So like, I mean, to be honest, you kind of love to see it. Like, you love to see like the what are they? Do they just draw 1? Wait, can you not Squavette with a 0 card hand? Oh, you can't Squavette with a 0 card hand. Yeah, so love to see the punish there. Andrew played poorly, ends up losing the game. Natalie played pretty well, wins the game. Like I said, I think I would have liked to have seen Natalie play more aggressive on that second turn for the Candy Guardy. I felt like Natalie could have like been thinning out the deck more aggressively to try and get the Candy Guardy off. Take a look at these prize cards right here. 2 boss prized for Andrew. Could be a deal, I guess. 2 basic energy prize for Natalie. Not really a big deal on the prizes on either side. Depends how many boss Andrew plays as well. A lot of people play 4, some people play 3. So if Andrew plays the 4 boss, then it's not going to be as big of a deal for sure. We will have Andrew going first this time. And has the exact same start. Opens the Bidoof now, and hopefully Andrew's a little bit more aggressive with the the plays in this one. Hopefully Andrew's not like super passive and just like Andrew's just playing the game. First game was like really weird. It was like, well, what if Natalie has a dead hand? They didn't play a supporter on their first turn, but the Guardy deck a lot of times is fine. A lot of times, what do I want to say? I don't know. I was saying something, but oh yeah, a lot of times Guardies, like, even if they have a supporter in hand, like, even if they don't have a supporter that turn, you can draw so many cards with Curly, you're probably going to see a supporter next turn, or like using Greninja or something like that. And taking away the Greninja draw, I think, is pretty important early game if you can. But if you're playing a quad Path deck, you should be trying to take away the Greninja draw. So, like, being like, I don't want to judge my opponent because they might have a dead hand is not like a great reason in that situation for sure. Okay. S-ball attach Iono from Natalie. Looking for the Mew probably, or at least some Ralts. And then ideally not leaving a Ralts in the active is nice. That's why the Mew would be optimal. Finds a Battle VIP pass, stuff like that. Did not look like a great draw there from Natalie. I don't see... Oh, double Falker, so we're chilling. And then has a Curly for next turn. Might even throw down the Zacian and just get an extra energy out of the deck. I'm curious to see what Natalie does with that. There's the Mew grab. Second Fog Crystal should grab another ult, and we'll probably see the retreat to the Mew to try and find a Battle VIP pass. You want to find that Greninja to start drawing cards with Greninja there, and then go from there as well. We'll see, though. A little price checking real fast. Was that just a Mew grab? Or was only one Fog Crystal played? Natalie only maybe played one Fog Crystal there. I don't think there was a Ralt prize this time around. I don't even know if there was a Ralt prize in the first game, to be honest. There's a retreat. Here comes the Mew. Battle VIP pass every time. At least a Fog Crystal. Yeah, at least a Fog Crystal might... Maybe he's thinking about taking the level ball for our Curly. There is a Fog Crystal in the hand there for Natalie. I'm curious as to why Natalie didn't play that Fog Crystal, just grab another Ralt, because then the Mew could grab... It increases the odds of the Mew grabbing. See, there's a Ralt there. That Ralt could be in Natalie's hand, which means +1 card, and that card could have been a Battle VIP pass. That Battle VIP pass becomes... The Fog Crystal gets played for Ralts anyways. The Battle VIP pass could have grabbed Greninja. I think the Greninja's not prized. Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. I think playing the Fog Crystal first there, I like that, I think, more from now. They just send out the deck more aggressively. There's the Zacian use. Throws it on the Mew, which is probably fine, I guess. I actually don't think I like this. I think I like it more on the Zacian. Well, you might want the possibility of being able to attack with Zacian next turn, but only putting 20 on it. If you only put 20 on your Zacian, it doesn't die to the Arceus unless they have Choice Belt or an Arceus with triple basic energy. But usually if you get the Candy Guardia on this next turn, you're attacking with Guardia itself, which I guess is probably fine to play it this way. Natalie did have an energy in hand they could have attached to the Zacian as well, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, Natalie did have an energy. We did not. No, Natalie attached retreated the Ralts. Never mind. We did not open the Mew here. Whoa, what? Is the hand that bad? Sheesh. All right, Andrew's hand sucks. Or they're throwing. Hold up. Yeah, Andrew's hand just sucks. That's so bad. No, wait, there's a judge. Dude. There's no way we attach this. This is actually just incorrect. There's no way you attach this energy here. I'm actually kind of tilted. This is definitely a big mistake from Andrew. Like, you go for the KO here. The KO is so important in this matchup. Not taking knockouts against Guardy. Guardy is the best late game deck in the format. Not taking knockouts against Guardy is awful. Like, it's so bad. From Andrew here, don't play the path. Don't attach the energy. Just play the judge. Get your Arceus V-Star. Starbirth into the path and the double turbo or whatever. And play the game. This is not playing the game. This is bad. Especially up against, like, Andrew doesn't know that Natalie plays double Zacian, but I get, especially up against a double Zacian list, like, your matchup is just worse because they have Zacians, which means they can attack with a thing that KOs one of your Pokemon without losing any of their draw support. So it makes your Ionos and Judges less impactful as the game continues. But no, you can't. You know, if Andrew draws into just like a basic energy for turn and a path, then that's when you do this play. But you don't go into your turn wanting to do this play. You go into this turn being like, I am going to Starbirth and I'm going to Trinity Nova, knock out this Mew. You don't go into this turn settling for this play. Even if you just get a double turbo here off this judge and knock out the Mew, that's so much better than this play. So, Andrew should know since Natalie discarded a Zacian last game. Yeah, but Natalie recovered it with Super Rod. So I don't think... Andrew might not know that Natalie plays 2 Zacian. I'm not sure. It's not like Andrew plays Lost City or anything like that anyways. But it is, like, the second Zacian is like... makes things tougher. I want to see Andrew get punished here and like draw to a V-Star. We'll see. There's the B-Barrel. It's like we were getting there, man. Card hand, draw 3. Show me an Ultra Ball. There's your... Let's go. Let's go. You'd love to see the punish. Oh my gosh, look at the nuts. Dude, imagine they had a path in the hand as well. Imagine if they just didn't. So many outs, and they got it, bro. You love to see it. Please get a Tina, though, at least. Please get a Tina. We need to set up Tina in this matchup. You need to be able to respond to these Guardy EXs. You can't let the Guardy EXs get free hits. Because if you set up a Guardy EX and, like, punch, then, like, you have it's one less turn where you need to worry about playing around path. So it's, like, one less stadium you have to burn yourself. I wouldn't have hated to see Andrew bench the Squavet as well, but I don't know. Squavet's, like, maybe you want to get second Tina set up, which is, like, fine, I guess. You appreciate 21 there, Brendan. To be fair to Andrew, this is round 9. It doesn't matter. We don't care if Andrew's tired or not. We're just calling out misplays. Like, there's no to be fair to Andrew here. Andrew's misplaying. We're calling out the misplays. We continue. Everyone always does this split. I'm not sure how I feel about this split, to be honest. Especially in this situation, where it's like, Natalie... Actually, Natalie might be able to get the 1 KO on this Arceus with a Zacian here, to be honest. But maybe Natalie has to settle for just... Actually, to be honest, I think if Natalie doesn't want to KO the active, I think KO Bidoof with Cresselia is probably the best play. I don't care if Andrew's tired. We're just talking about Andrew making misplays. Andrew can be tired. Andrew could be asleep for all I care. Which deck is the favorite of this matchup? Guardian. Guardian's favorite. Yeah, Cresselia is actually a pretty good attacker here, to be honest. You just KO the Bidoof, and then Bibral becomes a boss KO later from a Guardi EX, which means you have to have like some big attacker to do it. Would I play Guardia again? Yeah, probably. Appreciate the 5 months there. I freaking a kid. Couple Curlias happening. Hasn't used the Mew yet. Here we go with the Mew. Will Natalie find that Candy Guardy combo? There's Worker. Nope. There's a level ball, though, so we can get another Curlia set up. Also, Natalie doesn't, like, need... Yeah, it looks like that's what we're going for here. Natalie doesn't... Once again, Natalie, like, playing really slow with the Fog Crystals and stuff. There's still, like, a Fog Crystal in hand Natalie could have played. I think Natalie could have been, like, more aggressive with these cards, to be honest. I don't know. We'll probably see the Mew stay in the active, though, and just get another Ralts here. Yep, another Ralts. And then maybe see an attachment to a Curlia. We'll see what Natalie goes for here. I mean, Fog Crystals are, like, a really good card, early game, late game, mid game. But I don't know, I feel like getting turn 2 candies look pretty good, too. Natalie also didn't have a stadium there, so actually Natalie wasn't doing much this turn anyways. That's fine. No attachment to the Curlia. Interesting. I don't know if Natalie has an extra energy in hand or not. There's the V-Star, top deck from Andrew. Has an Ultra Ball in hand as well. So we can see an Ultra Ball away the Bidoof. And I think... See, I actually do... You know what? I'm actually kind of... Ooh, giving up a... I would not give up. The Path to the Peak is literally like one of the best cards in this. You do not discard Path to the Peak here. This is definitely a mistake. The one thing you could do here from Andrew is you could use B-Barrel for 1 first and then try and Ultra Ball away the top deck plus the Spiritomb to try and save the Squavette. Because I think Squavette is pretty solid at this point. Or you could just bench the Squavette and just Squavette here. And then just draw a fresh hand and B-Barrel from there. But you definitely do not discard Path here. Path is literally the card. Like, it just... You don't get rid of Path to the Peak here. There's very few situations where you'd ever, like, intentionally get rid of Path to the Peak. Like, you just don't do it. That's what I was going to say. I'm just surprised more people didn't play Avery and Arceus decks, to be honest. It's just so good against Guardy. Like, right here, Andrew's probably not going to be able to draw into their one of Avery if they have it. But, like, if you draw into it off that B-Barrel, it's, like, kind of sick. Kind of sick. I don't know. Another Arceus here. Another Energy. Probably want to save that V-Guard energy for your Tina. Has a boss and a judge. I would probably boss KO a Curlia here. The judge... I mean, it depends how many cards Natalie has in hand, actually. If Natalie has a lot of cards, I'd go with the judge and KO the Mew. Goes with the boss. Yeah, it depends how many... I don't know how many cards Natalie has in hand. So it depends on that. I think this is, like, not a bad play. We have second B-Barrel here. Draw 3. We're looking for... Oof, that hand is, like, pretty mid. We're looking for a Tina V-Star here. Because boss KO on Tina here... it doesn't really matter too much what gets KO'd here. I mean, it's nice to try and keep Tina around, but it's, like, not the end of the world if it does leave. But Andrew could have 2 prize cards taken at this point. Instead, doesn't. So we're looking for the 1-hit KO here from Natalie on the Arc V-Star. Could also boss KO the Tina V. The Tina V is a little bit easier to KO. So if Natalie doesn't quite have all the energy to get the KO on the Arc V-Star, could find like Collapsed plus Boss also works here as well. Like, we don't need to KO the active here. So and it's only 3 in the discard pile too. So we might be looking at a Collapse plus Boss situation to get the first 2 prize knockout here from Natalie. Could also go into that other play that I was talking about. You could just go like Cresselia, KO the Squavette, but I think Natalie did discard the Cresselia here. So that's going to be a little bit harder to do. Yeah, Cresselia's in the discard pile here, so that's going to be a little bit more difficult to do now, to be honest. There's a rare candy, so that Ralts is probably getting candy into a Guardi EX. But does Natalie have a way to KO anything this turn? Let's see. There's an Ultra Ball in hand. There is... Oh, another Curlia, so we're not done yet. Okay. It's 4. Oh, we do have 6 energy here. And the stadium is in hand. So if there's a boss in hand, I can't really tell. I don't think there is a boss in hand. See the Ultra Ball coming out now. Maybe is going to go for the... Yeah, Shiny Arcana to maybe try and get a boss. Yeah, it looked like Natalie was checking the bosses. So I think Natalie is looking for the boss KO here on the bench, Tina, still. The question would be, should you take the knockout with the... You probably do take the knockout with the Zacian. 2 Ionos. That is not going to cut it. Are we just passing here from Natalie? I think we are passing. Man, that's rough. 4 Sealstone. Oh, wait, we have 4 still. Oh, no, I think we do have it here then. There's the boss grab. Okay, yeah. Natalie has the EX in the hand already as well. There we go. Boss on the Tina. And then we'll see the Collapse Stadium come into play. Oh, you definitely don't want to collapse first. That's true, yeah, because they could collapse away the Tina. But collapsing away the Tina would be really bad. So we probably see the Squavette. I don't know. Squavette versus B-Barrel, to be honest. I'm actually not sure what's better. Is it better to have 2 B-Barrels or Squavette B-Barrel? I'm actually not sure. Yeah, I like the Zacian push here as well, I feel. Well, we do have the seconds. You want to keep your draw power around. And Natalie does need to build up energy on this Guardian to actually be able to make it a KO 2-prizer. Like, Natalie could have gone with this instead. Got the KO, and then Zacian gets 2-prize KO, and then the other Zacian gets 2-prize KO. So I'm actually not sure on this, to be honest, which is better to attack with here. You want to keep your draw power around, and I guess if the second Zacian is in the deck here for Natalie, I think this probably makes sense. And then we go knockout. First 2 prize cards, energy, Battle VIP Pass, and still does have use the Force Seal Stone. Doesn't have access to Force Seal Stone. Squall lets you cycle through more, but theoretically you could see less cards overall. So it's like, I don't know. It's I think it's up for. And now we have no path here as a response from Andrew. Like, yeah, I don't know that. I think we're locked in on Arceus for the rest of the game for Andrew as well. So Natalie could go into a Guardi EX next turn, and it wouldn't be able to be KO'd. I don't think there's any basic energy left here for Andrew. That's why it was really important to evolve that bench Tina V to a V-Star to prevent this play from happening, and force Natalie to have the full 8 energy to get the KO, or 9 energy even with the Zacian. And that's what the Baby Guardian would not have been able to do. So this was this is like actually, I mean, this is looking like pretty bad for Andrew, because yeah, no Tina from here. Natalie could pivot into a Guardi EX play for a turn if they wanted to. Yeah, gonna fail the Nest Ball. I like that. You don't really want to. There's a double turbo. I think the V-Guard on the bench might have been better, to be honest. I think the V-Guard on the bench was more important to get it set up. And then Judge versus Iono here. Goes with the Judge. I actually wonder if Iono is better there, because Natalie's hand was so big and theoretically had been developed into like having a bunch of good cards, but now you're dispersing the good cards in the deck instead of putting them all on the bottom of the deck. I don't know. It might not matter too much here, to be honest. Natalie also doesn't have that many cards left in deck. No, still a decent amount. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure there, to be honest. There's the V-Guard back for Andrew, though. Yeah, I think Andrew should have attacked. I don't know if there was any basic energy left. I don't think there was here for Andrew. I think Andrew forgot to use B-Barrel and Squavette there. I just think he just didn't do any of them. And if there was definitely a basic energy left, then we 100% should see the V-Guard energy go to the bench here over the double turbo. But I'm curious if there's a basic energy left. Wait. Oh, we're using Starbirth here. Oh, we haven't used Starbirth yet? Wait, really? No, that is true. Yeah, Starbirth is still around. I was like, what are we using here? There's the Box of Disaster in the deck as well. We probably want to grab the Box of Disaster here, right? Unless they already grabbed one. I can't tell what they're taking, to be honest. It looks like they grabbed Escape Rope, but I think it's a Box of Disaster. No, it's a Path and a Boss. No Box of Disaster. They had a Box of Disaster in there, right? Or was that an escape? This is the time to put Box of Disaster in play for sure, I feel like. There's a Worker off the rip. So we're looking for the 1-hit KO here from Natalie. And also, that's what you should be playing around as Andrew as well, is that... Well, I guess Andrew's about to find out about the second... Actually, I actually don't know if I like that energy take here from Natalie. Because now... Attacking with the Guard for a 1-hit KO this turn is like not possible, right? 6, 7, 8. No, I guess it is possible. No, it is possible. No, it is possible. Wait, how many do you need? 8 or 9? You need 9 with the Zacian because of the V-Guard. Okay, I counted 9 last time, so that's why I was like... I was tripping for a second there. But no, actually, I think Natalie does have the knockout here. We'll see. Ball, getting Ralts back in play. Maybe needs 1 more energy. Might have the energy in hand, though. Wait, 8? Dude, am I doing my math? Yeah, 8. Dude. I always like triple check my math in my head. Yeah, we have the knockout here for Natalie. Another Shiny Arcana. Energy. Putting it there is fine. Then you should attach return to the other Gardevoir here. 20 to Mew. Hasn't attached return yet. I think both those energy have come off Shiny Arcanas. There's 6 to the active, 120, and then attach return to the bench Guardy. Maybe play Iono. I don't think Natalie's played a supporter yet, but maybe likes the hand. Has a boss in it. The rest of the hand's not that good though. I don't know. I think Natalie maybe should play Iono there. I don't think Natalie played a support. No, Natalie played worker. Never mind. That's how the stadium got bumped. All right, one more KO to go. Has the bench Guardy pretty much ready to go. Pat to the peak plus Iono. All right, Iono's pretty good. Actually, no, we had 2 Iono in the hand here for Andrew. We got Iono. You should put the V-Guard on the active for sure, because the bench Guardy still needs an attachment for turn. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's possible the Zacian would be able to get set up, but not the bench Guardy. So Andrew should definitely put the V-Guard on the active. Definitely. I don't know what they're thinking about so hard here, to be honest. That's a double turbo. Well, hold up. There actually is a play where you can go, oh yeah, that's right. You can do the Squavette play. You can go Squavette with Cleansing Gloves, KO's Guardy. Squavette actually goes like super crazy in this matchup. Because Squavette plus Cleansing Gloves, KO's Gardevoir. And Zacian. No, wait, does it KO the Zacian? Zacian has 8. No, it KO's the Gardevoir, but not the Zacian. It wouldn't set up Andrew to win the game in 2 turns, unfortunately. Because here comes the Squavette play, down to 1. They draw 1, and then, yeah, they're not shuffling their deck, which is good on Andrew to be playing it this way. I think it's a Zacian in the hand, or yeah, I think you should bench the Tina here as Andrew. And do they find the gloves? No gloves. Unfortunate. Yeah, the Cleansing Gloves is pretty funny in this matchup. I do like the Tina bench here from Andrew because if Natalie finds a way to bump the stadium, Natalie probably just wins. Oh, there's no path in play. Never mind. There's no path to be bumped. I was like, yeah, if Natalie can bump the path here, I think Natalie wins. But there's no path to be bumped because we discarded it earlier. That's well. I mean, shuffling the deck at this point is fine anyways, because Andrew, when they attack with Trinity Nova, is going to have to shuffle the deck anyways. So grabs an Arceus, and then probably Trinity Nova just attaches Psychic Energy to the bench Arceus, I guess is probably the play here. Maybe they play the Ultra Balls in their hand as well. They're thinking pretty hard here. Yeah, there's no. I mean, Natalie has game in hand. Natalie has the Zacian. There's no V-Guard in the active as well. So yeah, the game is just over. So there's a hit. And then, yeah, Natalie's about to win right now. There's the energy. There's Zacian. Load up 1 active, retreat, then load up 8. 8 and slap. Gets the dub. Yeah, I mean it was played pretty poorly by Andrew overall. Game 1 was played really bad by Andrew. Just not developing anything on their own board. Game 2 also wasn't played great. Need to keep the path around. I think maybe should have gone with like that judge over the boss as well. I don't know. Like early game Mew is really valuable. Yeah. People gotta add their Averys in, man. Tina without Tina. Not having Tina set up in this game didn't really matter too much, because like Natalie never attacked with the Guardy EX, so it wasn't like as big of a deal this time around. And not a huge deal this time around. Too hot? I mean, it's pretty cold in my room. All right, let me load up day 2 real fast. That was round 9, right? Oh no, wait, that was round 8. We have one more round to go. No, but round 8 gets cut off, it looks like, because wait, did they stream round 8? I don't think they streamed round 8. Or round 9. I don't think they streamed round 9. Dude, what the heck? Well, apparently YouTube VODs get cut off at 12 hours, right? So we just don't have round 9 on the VOD, I don't think. You go on Twitch to see round 9? Okay, we'll go there. I was on YouTube. There's an individual video you can find on YouTube? Oh, okay. Let's see if I can find that. I don't think so. I'm just gonna find it on Twitch. Holy sheesh. Why this is day 2. All right. Any chance we could see YouTube videos about how to play against specific decks or matchups? Not exactly one-to-one play, but generally speaking, the idea. Yeah, I've thought about doing a YouTube videos. Like doing like matchup guide YouTube videos where I just like talk about the matchups. I'll probably do it like live on Twitch, and then I'll probably do it live on Twitch, and then make it into like turn into and then just put it on as a video on YouTube. So that way like, people can also ask me questions about matchups live. I'll probably do it live on Twitch, and then so that way people can ask me questions in the chat, and then I'll answer like anything that I don't think about in the moment. Isn't that what you do with these VOD reviews, basically? I mean, kind of, but I kind of like talk about stuff in like a more, like it would be like more condensed. So people could like kind of just like, if I did one on Guardy, it would be like maybe a 20, 30-minute video going over all like the top matchups with Gardevoir. And that would kind of be it. But yeah. Give me 1 second here. I gotta go pee. All right, chat. We're gonna do this one, and then I've got a. What am I gonna do? Make my food. Make my lunch. Was there any Ting Lu in day 2, or was Jose the one that could have made it? All right, we got the round 9 winning in round. Jose Marrero with Ting Lu versus Owen Rhodes with Chien Pao. Prize cards. So the one thing about this one is, this is like pretty rough for Jose. Owen plays 2 Canceling Clone and also plays 4 Cross Switchers. So a lot of ways to get around the Ting Lu in item form, which is not good for Jose. So this one's gonna be tough, I think. We'll see how it plays out. Yeah, that's gonna make everything pretty tough here for Jose. And I'm sure Jose's playing like the go-to like Koraidon build. Maybe plays the Gutsies. There are the Gutsies. Okay. We do see Jose going first. Benches the Halucha. Okay, this is interesting. Wait, what? Oh, because we have the pickaxe has to go to the bench. And maybe he has nothing else to work with here. We'll see. Attach. And is that 2 stadiums in hand? Spiritomb as well coming down. Oh, it's a bog. Has the bog. Okay. Pokestop immediately coming out from Owen, and into the stop we go. Oh, not good though. They're not. Actually, they might be. They have an Iono. They might be basically dead in the water. Confirming what the Spiritomb does. Okay. That's an Ultra Ball. The rest of the hand might be dead, to be honest. Yeah, the rest of the hand is dead. So what is Owen gonna grab here off this Ultra Ball? Maybe just get. I guess you could get Greninja, right? You can get Greninja. You can still draw cards with Greninja, right? So we should see that here from Owen. We'll see. Think about Chien Pao though. You could just sit there and like manually charge up a Chien Pao. Oh, also plays Arceus. So think about Arceus V here as well. Goes for the Arceus V. Once again, has nothing else in hand. So still kind of relying on a top deck here. What's the Arceus V? Yeah, could have Ultra Balled away something else and gotten an energy and then used Greninja. Pokestop here from Jose. Not great. Did get a Gutsy though. See where it goes. Research, okay. Or Juniper, whatever. The Bog comes out to bump the stop. I think there's 0 energy in the discard pile. Oh no, 1 energy in the discard pile here for Jose. So probably a task return to the active. You want to get that Ting Lu into the active. Ideally, I assume this deck plays 2 Halucha. There's a Koraidon from Jose. Takes 2 from the Bog. Has an Ultra Ball, so we could see the Billy and the VIP pass. So we could see second Halucha here to ping the Arceus to stop Starbirth, which I assume is what we're going to see here from Jose, and then retreat and use Koraidon. But it's pretty important to stop. It's pretty important to stop the potential of the Starbirth. And there's a concede. Okay, Jose with the game 1 win. Like I said, it's gonna be tough. But if Owen's gonna draw that slow, then see if Owen has a better start. So once again, not on YouTube anymore. Canceling Clone prized, Halucha prized, and the Greninja prize here for Owen. So Owen has not, for like Greninja, you never want prize. Maybe plays the heavy ball. Probably plays the heavy. Most people play the heavy ball. The Canceling Clone being prized though could be rough. We'll see. It's like Owen's way to like actually get energy into play. So further back start here for Owen. Is it still a rough hand? We'll find out shortly. Luminion. It might be a pretty rough start here again for Owen. The start for Jose though doesn't look great on Jose's side. There's not a whole ton going on in that hand. Might just be attached to Ting Lu Pass. There might be a boss in hand, or there's an escape rope. So I guess you could escape rope with the Luminion. Yeah, Owen just has Luminion for Irida. Get that in play before Spiritomb comes down. And then I think it's going to be a pass there from Owen. You don't ever have to retreat the Frigid back, so you probably just leave it in the active here. The rest of the hand looks okay here for a moment, though. There's the pass. Let's see what Jose gets. Battle VIP pass. Okay, that's a huge shop deck. Get the Billy. Get the Koraidon. Billy away the hand. And we're kind of cooking, actually. Not going to get off a turn 1 attack or anything like that. I think it is just going to be probably attach active and then use the Billy. Bench the... I think there's another Tinglu in the hand, so you can bench that. And then go from there. Nothing to Halucha this turn, I guess. So you don't need to like get the Halucha. Yeah, second Tinglu. And then... Might as well attach it. Oh, but could have played, or could still play the Escape Rope. Okay, I like... Oh, now you can Halucha the Frigibacks, actually. Billy. Oh, now... Yeah, now you could get off the... Let's see. Can Jose find the Halucha? Halucha's actually good here now. That makes sense. Got the Escape Rope. Lucario? What? More shoes? Discard the Tinglu. No out to the Luch. There's a Bog. And then here comes Koraidon to load up the Tinglu. Do they both have to go to the same Pokemon? I actually don't know. Oh, I can read it right there. Your basic fight. I would maybe have split the energy there from Jose just in case. I don't know. But if your active gets KO this turn, you probably lose anyways, right? He plays Lucario V-Star for Vulpix and Flying Pikachu. Oh, interesting. No way that's worth. Jose's trolling for that one. All right, Irida from Owen. Let's see if Owen can actually pull off a knockout this turn. The Baxcalibur can attack or can use its ability. The ability was not blocked here from Jose. No Halucha was found. But Owen might be able to get the KO this turn. If Owen can KO this turn, the game's probably over. Let's see if Owen has it, though. 1, 2... What do you need? 4 energy to KO the Tinglu? I think Owen might be a little bit short on the energy. But if you could just load up a decent amount of energy and play, and then wait just to get the KO next turn, that would also be fine, I guess. Has the vacuum in the hand as well to potentially vacuum the Bog if you don't want to take that 20 to your Chien Pao. Maybe get rid of the Cross Switcher, but maybe you want that. Maybe you want those cards to be able to Superior away. Hey, I don't think the KO can happen here for Owen. What's the play going to be? You could... there's an Arceus in hand as well. He's using the vacuum, though. There's a boss in hand as well, so that's a way to get around Tinglu at some point. I feel like you want to retreat to Chien Pao and search out 2 energy, though. But we're not taking a knockout this turn. Unless there's another energy in the discard pile that I don't see. Okay, you have to retreat. Yeah, so it's still looking pretty rough here for Owen, but I think it's going to be okay. It finds 2 energy. Like I said, though, can't get the KO this turn. So I think you're just loading up your... I think you're just putting both those energy on your Chien Pao, and then... Wait. Am I trolling? Actually, is there a 4th energy in hand? Oh, no. Owen can get the KO this turn. Yeah, Owen can KO this turn. You just Superior away the rest of the hand to get the energy, and then you actually have the knockout. For some reason, I was thinking you need the 4 energy on the Chien Pao. You have the knockout this turn. You definitely just take the knockout this turn. No. Why? You had KO, but you would have had to get rid of the whole hand to get the KO. So what's the difference, though? So you wait a turn to what? Because this turn, now Jose attacks, shuts off Baxcalibur. Then you boss around to KO something else off the bench. And then you still need to get something off your prize cards or top decks because you don't KO the threat. So I think you should just KO the threat here, I feel like. So if you wait... So what happens if you wait? How much damage does Tinglu do? Well, actually, the play probably would have been to just not use the vacuum. What was the Bog doing? The Bog would have put 20 on your Chien Pao, but I don't think you care about the 20 on the Chien Pao. Cards or prize cards. It's like the same thing, right? You're basically walking down the same line of play where you need to hope your top deck or your prize cards are good anyways. Because you have to hope the same thing anyways, you may as well just take the knockout and reset your opponent then. Can't use the energy from the Superior discard? No, you don't discard the energy off the Superior. You discard the other cards. But you just actually... I think actually the play was just to not use the vacuum there. Just don't use vacuum and then lost on away those cards. Yeah. So definitely should have just like kept the Bog in play. He wouldn't be able to get the 2 energy. No, Ting Lu does not shut off EX Pokemon. Ting Lu only shuts abilities off from everything else except Pokemon EX. So even if the Chien Pao had 20 damage on it from the Bog, you can still use its ability. So I think what Owen should have done there is just not bump the Bog. Instead, Superior Away those 2 away, just nuke the active and just gain +1 turn. Because this next turn, what's going to happen is Jose's going to punch the active, put damage on the Baxcalibur, and then your play has to be boss something else, KO something off the bench that's not a Ting Lu, and then you're still hoping for prize cards plus top deck cards anyways. So but Jose also has an attacker setup that hit you for a turn, which didn't need to be there. Also, it's possible that Jose has boss KO on your Baxcalibur here. So definitely a mistake there from Owen. Jose does not seem to be cooking here, though. I mean, it's just going to be a punch the active, put 20 on the Baxcalibur, and then hope there's no other big play from there. 20 on the bench. Yeah, so now we have to see there's an Irida top deck, but you probably still have to boss here as Owen, because... no, that's not true. You could play Irida for the Canceling Cologne. Yeah, Irida for Canceling Cologne, plus... I don't know, some other Pokemon. Or it looks like they're eyeing up the cross switchers, actually. But you could get like Chien Pao or Frigibax plus Canceling Cologne. That would work. Then you can use... Well, you can already use Chien Pao anyways. You can use Chien Pao. You just can't use Baxcalibur right now. It's so hard to keep track of what you can and can't use. So... It's thinking about getting the... Yeah, it should definitely get Frigibax or Chien Pao. I don't know which one's correct here, so I'm not going to think about that too hard. I'll let Owen figure that out. Goes with the Nest Ball, though. Oh, no, we are just an attachment away from getting the knockout, though, actually. You can just attach active to KO here. Actually, maybe this was correct from Owen, then, to go... That's right, Owen can just knock out by... All right, so you can use the EX, so Owen can get the energy, attach active, discard 3 energy. Okay, maybe this is fine, then, actually. Do 61st... I think I still like the knockout last turn, though. I don't know. I forgot we can get the knockout without having to play around the Ting Lu here. We can get the knockout here without having to go around the Ting Lu. So I don't hate this, actually, to be honest. Yeah, I don't hate this. Frigibax should take 20 from the Bog here, right? Oh, no, it's Bog from hand? Actually, maybe the Nest Ball does play around Bog. I actually don't know. Got any Bog experts in chat? You definitely don't need to do that. Okay, so I don't think Owen knows that they can use... So Owen just doesn't... Owen thinks that their EX is shut off right here, which it's not. Ting Lu does not shut off EX Pokemon. So Owen could use Chien Pao's ability here to get an energy attach return, save the Superior, save the Boss, save the Cross Switcher, because Boss and Cross Switcher are both very good cards in this matchup to gust around the Ting Lu to actually be able to get access to your abilities. So definitely some mistakes coming in here from Owen. But I actually don't hate to be honest, the attack on the last turn I don't hate as much anymore with the way this is like actually ended up playing out. Okay, so now Jose can move some damage off the Jose can move some damage off the Chien Pao to the Frigibax. Or no, doesn't do that actually. Why do you want to keep 150 damage on the active as opposed to spreading your more? I think getting more damage off the active makes more sense, right? Yeah, I think Jose should have... How does Alakazam work? I'm like questioning all my everything now. No, Alakazam can move damage off the active here for sure. Okay. So Owen here can get the KO this turn. Or can actually KO something off the bench with Boss. You can KO the Squawkabilly. So we'll probably see that from Owen here. Yeah, Boss up the Billy. And then we can Chien Pao for 2 energy, which we could have still done anyways. But now Owen thinks they can do it, which is the important part. So Owen's actually going to go get the energy. And then you triple energy to the active, knock out the Squawkabilly for 2, go down to 2 prize cards, and then we need a Chien Pao, where a Chien Pao and a Superior Energy Retrieval and a Canceling Clone away from the dub here for Owen. Or could Gust a Koraidon and KO the Koraidon as well. That would also work. Reactive. Has an Ultra Ball in hand, but you don't want to probably discard your... I mean, Iono's not great here for you, but it's some kind of draw power. But you do need to go ahead and... You need to find yourself another Chien Pao here. Okay, Ting Lu comes back up from Jose. Jose really needs to find Iono here, to be honest. I assume Jose plays Iono. What is that card in the hand here for Jose? I can't tell what that card, the other card is. All right, now we're moving some damage off Chi and Pao, which would have been nice to see that before, because that's the damage we're always trying to move off here, I think. And then we go knockout, and 2 on the Frigibacks. Frigibacks gets pushed here for Owen. I think actually has a Chi and Pao in the hand now. We'll see. Ultra Ball, well, has Ultra Ball, so could probably Ultra Ball into it. They are down 2 Chi and Pao because they discarded 1 earlier. Well, they have Superior. Oh, they have Superior, canceling Cologne. I think they have game here. Canceling Cologne. And now they just need to go find a Chi and Pao. As long as the last one's in the deck, which it should be, because there's 2 in the discard pile, none in the prize card. So we should have game here for Owen. Irida. For Superior and Chi and Pao. Switch into... Oh, Bog. All right, Bog, 20. And then switch. All right. Now they know that they can use the Chi and Pao. Use Chi and Pao. Superior. There we go. Grab 4. And then throw all active. Knockout. Okay. Game 3 coming up. Yeah, this is like what I expected it to be. It's pretty rough for Jose. Double canceling Cologne. Like I said, double canceling Cologne and the cross switchers. Like a lot of aggressive ways to get around the Ting Lu to bring up other 2 prize. And there's like going to be a ton of 2 prize Pokemon on the bench here for Jose as well. Jose will be going first in this one though. But getting a turn 2 attack with Ting Lu. Actually, no, it's not that tough. You have the Koraidon. Track and choose. Track and choose into track and choose here. Alakazam. There's a Gutsy into an Iono. No turn 1 Billy. That's not good, because that means there's no... Here comes the Bog. Attach. And pass. You really want that turn 1 Billy here, because you want to get those energy from the Koraidon onto your Ting Lu so you can attack turn 2. So now for Jose to pull off a turn 2 attack, you need to hit, like... Gutsy Pickaxe, you need to get heads. Or not get heads. Gutsy Pickaxe, hidden energy. You just need a lot. Minions start again here for Owen. Probably going to go find themselves an Irida. And we're going to see... VIP Pass plus another Pokemon. Not a single good turn 1 in all 3 games for Jose. No, that's not true. Game 2 had a pretty good turn 1. Yeah, game 2 was a pretty good turn 1. Yeah, Frigibacks, Battle VIP Pass on the way. Owen plays the Avery, bro. Finally, we see someone rocking the Avery. Has a switch in hand as well, so we can see the switch into the Chi and Pao to start to build some energy in hand, which I think we'll probably see. I don't even know what you grab here as the second Pokemon, to be honest. Like, you probably go Chi and Pao Frigibacks. That's probably the play to go with here, but I actually don't know, to be honest. Because Jose would need to find the... You force Jose to, like, find Hawlucha. Get to the active, use the Hawlucha to, like, shut you down. Here we go, Chi and Pao, use Chi and Pao. 2 energy. Pretty good start here for Owen. And you probably just attach active, I guess. I don't even know if you would... Oh, we have Greninja first still. Hold up. Pretty good draw. Got the Irida. Guy actually has a kind of the nuts in hand, to be honest. Oh, and gonna Pokestop. Hey, yo. That's pretty good. Play the Battle VIP. Yeah, you can even go get a second Chi. I think you should just get a second Chi and Pao, right? There's no reason not to get another Chi and Pao set up here. You don't need the bench space. You have your Illuminating in play, so... I'll go through the Arceus instead, so you have access to the... I don't know if I like the Arceus too much. Like, you're just gonna get... Like, it's just gonna get Hawlucha ping. Well, I guess you want to Hawlucha the double Frigibacks, though. Maybe it will work out then, I guess. Yeah, you do want to Hawlucha the double Frigibacks here. You don't want to Hawlucha the Arceus if you can avoid it. And you may as well attach Return, because if you get Iono'd here, you may as well have +1 energy in play to work with. Oh no! The next card was the Battle VIP Pass. Jose was so close. There's also the Pokestop in play, but you probably don't want to use the Pokestop. You probably want to save the Pokestop as like a last resort here from Jose. You get 6 off the Iono, but you need... What do you need? You need Switch Hawlucha here. You need Switch Hawlucha. There's Switch. There's Ultra Ball. Okay, and there's Billy, but Billy's no good anymore. Oh, there's Switch and Hawlucha in hand. We have Ultra Ball for next turn. Okay. No energy in the discard pile, though, so we might have to see a... I was going in with the Ultra Ball already. What are we getting here, though? Another Ting Lu, I guess, to play on Escape Rope? That sounds pretty good to me. Oh, going with a Lucha. Are we going to put down double Halucha here? Ping both Frigibacks and also ping Arceus and Greninja. Oh, yeah, you want to ping everything, I guess. Shut down the whole squad. And then I think, you should probably Pokestop here. Okay, not bad, not bad. They lose the boss, but the Track and Choose is good. You're trying to find an energy to put in the discard pile here to use Koraidon, I think. Yeah, no energy in the discard pile. So there are the shoes. There's the energy, okay. And then the Judge for next turn, okay. Switch cart. I think we should probably ping double Frigibacks. Boom. Arceus Frigibacks. And then Halucha again. Greninja Frigibacks. The whole board is locked up. No abilities besides the Chien Pao. This is exactly where Jose wants to be honest. This is it. See if Owen can put together a KO still, though. Owen's hand is looking pretty good. It looks like the exact same hand. Oh, there's a lot of Pokestops on this list. Okay. I was like, did Owen even get Iono'd here? If Owen gets the KO here, I'm pretty sure the game is just over. So it kind of just comes down to this. Yeah, if Owen gets the KO here, I'm pretty sure the game is just over. It'd be so hard for Jose to recover from here. I guess if Jose could just get into another Ting Lu for the turn, maybe there'd be a possibility. There's an Avery in hand. No Baxcalibur, though. No guaranteed out to the Baxcalibur. We see the Avery here for 3. Halucha discarded from Jose. There's the Baxcalibur. I don't know if there's a Canceling Clone in the hand, though. There might be. I can't tell. There's a Cross Switcher, but not 2. And there's the Canceling Clone. Did lose a Baxcalibur and a Pokestop, but I think that means that we have the KO here for Owen. So we should see Canceling Clone next and then use Greninja, I believe. That would be like the correct sequence. Canceling Clone. There's Arceus as well, so we can even pull off the Starbirth. Hasn't used Greninja yet, and I think has to use the Superior, so may as well use Greninja now. Ting Lu shut off, so we have access to everything, right? Yeah. Okay, there was that Greninja? I don't know if that was Greninja. What do you need here to get the KO? 5 energy, I think. Or yeah, 5. What is? Yeah, 5. Not using Greninja? Okay. Wait, yeah, not using Greninja. We could have, right? I think we could have. I think they just chose not to use Greninja, not use Greninja, which makes no sense. There's nothing stopping the Greninja, right? We got the KO. 0 cards in hand. Not using Starbirth, though? I don't know about that. I feel like we should just use Starbirth here, right? Because now well, Jose does need to get into another Ting Lu. I guess it's possible that Jose whiffs. But I would probably I'd probably bet that Jose finds an out to the Ting Lu. Comes the Judge. Jose maybe thinking about using Pokestop there. Could have used Pokestop, and if you hit an item card, you could have Ultra Ball 2 away, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, to be honest. You could have sequenced that a little bit different from Jose. There's Ting Lu, but no way to retreat, so it's gonna be Pokestop and Pray here for Jose. As long as Jose doesn't forget about Pokestop. Okay. 1, 2. As the Ultra Ball, I don't think Ultra Ball can find anything for Jose here to actually get into the active, though. The Penny. I don't think it's Ultra Ball. Is there anything that Jose could grab to get into the active here? Just probably grabs another Ting Lu. Unfortunate for Jose, but hopefully the disruption is enough to slow Owen down for a turn. But Starbirth will be available, so I guess not really, right? We're probably gonna see Jose put 2 energy on a on a Ting Lu, and then we're gonna see Owen Starbirth boss KO that Ting Lu. Jose could split up the energy here. I feel so bad to split the energy here though, because then you might not even attack next turn. So if Owen doesn't do anything, then yeah. So now we should be able to see the Starbirth for the knockout here. Yo, appreciate the 35 months there, Dave. Let's see what Owen goes for here, though. Could start with concealed cards, it looks like. Or probably this is a little bit better. Start with the Chien Pao. There we go. Chien Pao first. And then I think we're looking at a concealed cards. Comes the Irida. Ooh, Irida off the rip. Not Why are we not? I think we should definitely be using. I think it's another mistake here from Owen. I think Owen should definitely just start with concealed cards there. I think the value of seeing more cards is probably worth it before using Irida. Because if you draw into some of those cards, then you can Irida for something else. So you usually want to start, unless they're committed to not using concealed cards here, I guess. Or they already used it, but I'm pretty sure they have not used concealed cards here. So they should be using concealed cards first here, I'm pretty sure. And into the Pokestop. Another reason to use concealed cards first, I think. You should still want to use concealed cards first there. Okay, here comes the Superior. Am I trolling though? No, concealed cards can be used here. I have to keep double, triple checking to make sure that I'm not trolling. There's the energy. Got a lot more energy in play or in hand here to use. Maybe just going to load up. No, here comes the Starbirth. So we should be looking at the double cross switcher here now. Yeah. Double cross switcher KO on the Tinglu with all the energy. Here they come. Double cross switcher. Bring up the Tinglu with the energy. Retreat the Greninja. And then discard 4 for the knockout. Could load up that last energy on the Chien Pao. I don't see a reason not to. Maybe hold it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Maybe he's scared he'd run out of energies. Nah, that's not happening. I think they still have 2 Superior left, and they have 2 or 3 energy left. They're never running out of energy here. I think it's just a mistake to have not used Greninja the last 2 turns. I think it's just a mistake. All right. Jose's got something here. Got the Iono. Now, Owen needs to find the second... Needs to find a way to bump the stadium as well here for Jose, to be honest. This Pokestop stadium play here is going to be... It's just too good. You got to get rid of... Okay, we got the Bog. The Bog is happening. There's an Ultra Ball, but I don't know if Jose really wants to Ultra Ball anything here. And then we should just see the load up. Okay, so Owen, canceling Cologne, Boss, double cross switcher. Has a lot of things they can do here to win this game. I think it was a Boss top deck. All right, so Boss in hand. There is a Superior Energy Retrieval on the bottom of the deck, so I think you want to start with using... Yeah, you want to shuffle the deck here. So we have the Boss, so we just need to find a Superior Energy Retrieval here for Owen, and Owen will actually get the dub. We have the Pokestop, so I think that's what we're going to see here is Pokestop goes into play, use Pokestop, did top deck the Boss, so has the Boss. But this was actually, towards the end here, it was getting kind of close. I don't know, Jose's 2 turns away from maybe being able to have pulled this one out. And this is up against a build of Chien Pao that's pretty coincidentally prepared for this matchup. Okay, there's a whiff there from Owen, so it doesn't have the game yet. Has Boss, so you could Boss something and then use, but I think you just start to build up your Chien Pao here. I think I like this from Owen. Just attach, probably pass. I think you just go attach pass here from Owen. Because yeah, next turn if you have an energy left in the deck, which I think there might be, you just win next turn by bossing the Koraidon. But he's gonna hit, actually. But now if we get, I don't know if I like that from Owen. Because isn't hitting equal to not hitting? It's the same thing. If you hit here for 60, it's the same thing as not hitting for 60 and doing just more damage. Because now if Jose Ionos you and you draw into Boss, plus only 2 energy off the ability. But now the Arc can KO. It is, I guess the Arc can KO now, but do you care that you're not getting, your Chien Pao's not getting KO'd next turn? Yeah, I think just not attacking is correct here. Because you could just do the attack next turn, and that's the same thing, because you still have 2 turns to play the game. The attack was a misplay. I physically shook my head right after doing it. Yeah. I was pretty sure you had another energy left in the deck. I was like, you do have game here if you just pass. Because, yeah, passing is the same thing as attacking. Okay. No Pokestop removed. That's actually a huge deal that the Pokestop stuck in play. It's another Pokestop use here from Owen. We could even see Owen go for the Boss into the... And there's a Superior. Okay, so Owen has game here. Oh. Owen just assumed that Jose knew about the Boss. It's like, bro, I talked about the top deck the Boss last turn, bro. Concede. I showed you my Superior Energy Retrieval. All right. Unfortunate for Jose. Kind of slow starts. And it's a tough matchup, too. Well... I don't know. To be honest, after watching that actually might be a favorable matchup for Ting Lu. But you need your opponent to not be playing double cross switchers and double canceling club. That's what makes it tough. It's like all those item outs to getting around the Ting Lu. That's what makes it really tough for Jose. But that was actually seemed like pretty close. Like obviously it doesn't look that close. Please respond. I showed you my superior energy retrieval. That's what made it kind of close. That is what made it kind of close. Just like all that stuff. I mean, it seemed kind of close. Like I know like 0-1, 6-0, but like Jose wasn't like that far away from like actually being able to take over that game. To be honest, it felt like kind of close overall. Like it was just like one miss or one like more aggressive hit from Jose, because Jose's like opening was not that aggressive. It was like it's super close to being like a really good start from Jose in this game 3, but then it kind of like just like was constantly a little bit short. All right, chat. It's time for me to go and get my lunch, and I'm gonna go ahead and pull up. Imagine if I mean Owen only whiffed one turn, I think, of Chi and Pao's ability. But also could have been, but also Owen wasn't like really. I think could have played more efficiently around their Greninja. They just like weren't using Greninja. Like there's many times they could have been using Greninja, just like we're not using it. I think they should have been using it. Let's see, TCG day 2. Then we'll get into TCG day 2. Double stop priced. All right, chat. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my lunch, and yeah, it should just be like 5 minutes. I just need to put it in the microwave real fast, and then I'll be right back, and we'll get into this first round of day 2 between Victor and Angus. Be right back. All right, chat. We're back. All right, we're gonna go full react Andy for lunch. We're gonna go watch the second. I never watched them. We watched the first one. But yeah, I'm gonna while I eat. I'm gonna watch that second episode of the How You Play Pokemon. How you play was it how you play how Pokemon play? We watched the first episode of it. How do you play? I react to the new doc series. No, we'll probably do that. It's like the lunchtime. Let me know if it's too loud. Oh, someone get this man a card case, bro. Does he sell cards or just like trade cards or? Bro, what the heck? These kids have no taste, bro. Have these kids not seen Strudel? What the heck? Bro, I get like I'm getting when he's laying out the cards on the table like that. I get anxiety like thinking about like a gust of wind just blowing them all away, bro. What sounds like such a hassle to pick up. I'm just they're gonna get blown away. All of them? He's gonna take all of them? Bro, he gave him the Charizard. The dude, that kid's gonna ruin it. I should watch the Road to Worlds documentary. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it next time during lunch. You were in it? They interviewed you, or Lorelai said that she was in a scene in the Road to World thing, and they blurred out her Gengar merch, even though it was official. But I guess they didn't know. Show cat. The cats are on vacation. Bro, they're gonna get blown away, bro. Put a book on them or something. That's all I can think about when I see these cards just laying on the table. I'm like, if there's a gust of wind, they're just done. Yeah, appreciate the prime sub there, Nightwinger. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all the water bottles. We got plenty of maple syrup. There's no wind in California, but there's a little bit. It gets windy sometimes. See, that's a good one. The more Pico. Look at that win. That's what I'm saying. Dude, that one was big time feels for sure. Like definitely like happy sad, you know? Not happy sad, happy tears. Not sad. It's a happy. Them cards went straight into the back pocket and got sat on 10 minutes later. Probably. That's right. It's not about what they're worth, bro. It's about what they mean to the people who have them. Pokemon cards these days, it's all about. It's become too much about money. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's obsessed with how much is this card worth, how much is that card worth. Cringe, bro. Cringe. Collector's mad. My favorite card? I don't think I really have a favorite card. Yeah. I don't think I really have a favorite card. Like artwork, I guess? Yeah, Strudel card, I guess, is pretty sick. Alright. I'm done eating. Let's get into it. Was this round 10? Angus with the Guardy versus Victor with the Lost Box. Nothing super relevant in either of the players' prize cards, I don't think. Yeah, nothing super relevant, I don't think. Let's get into it. See who's going first. Looks like Angus is going first. And Victor's playing a pretty turbo build, if I remember correctly. Ultra Ball. Oof. That did not look like a great hand for for Angus there. Settle for the Mew and hope that I find the Battle VIP pass, I think. Little prize checking. There's some Mew grab. Not sure what's in the rest. The rest of the was like an energy, Super Rod, maybe another Curlia. But I don't think any more Pokemon Search cards. Oh, maybe that's another Ralts. Alright, Mew here. We're looking for that Battle VIP. And Victor didn't open a Comfey, so I would say it's probably fine. Ooh, only a level ball. And plays it. I think we're gonna. You could grab Manaphy here, But I feel like generally Lost Box, if Lost Box doesn't open Comfy, they're probably not going to get off the turn 1. So I think from Angus here, I think I would like to have seen another roll scrap, to be honest. Yeah. I think I would like to have seen another roll scrap here. Colress top deck here for Victor. No Pokemon search in the hand. Ooh. That is not good. That's like a rough start. Yeah, when you're keeping Ultra Ball off a Colress, you know your hand sucks. Because that is not... that's not a very good card to use aggressively. But yeah, Victor's hand sucks. It literally has no Pokemon search. Even Ultra Ball away the Super Rod as well. Interesting. Okay. We got switch cards in the hand though, so we're probably going for the Comfy grab here. Build up the Lost Zone. And then try and find some more Pokemon search cards. There's a prize checking real fast. Quite the angle they've got us in right here. This feels kind of claustrophobic, to be honest. One last go through. Like I said, probably going to grab Comfy. All right, never mind. One last go through. And, oh, goes for the Greninja, actually. Not sure. I think I like Comfy a little bit more here. Because if you can go Comfy, like Comfy Cram, that gives you a knockout for the turn. If you get Greninja here, you're getting one more card, but the rest of the hand had a lot of switch cards in it, I think, from Victor here. I think I would like to have seen the Comfy gotten instead. And yeah, look at how many switch cards there are. If you just get a Comfy and Comfy finds Battle VIP Pass, you have the Cram KO here. But it's just gonna be a pass from Victor over to Angus. Yeah, that board state sucks for Victor. Attach to the bench rolls. I think you're still supposed to attach active here. I think you still want to attach active here, I think. You don't want to put damage on your Mew to get it into the Gardevoir EX. You don't have the damage on the Gardevoir EX, I think. And you probably don't want a Cresselia here. If you can, you just want to attack with the Guardi EX, I think. Ideally, oof. This hand ain't attacking with anything. I don't think we're going anywhere with this. There is a... Alright, we still got a level ball, though. That's going to get us a Kirlia. Then ideally trying to find like Greninja would be good. Yeah, I think attaching active there makes a little bit more sense from Angus. Yeah, should be a Kirlia grab here. And I'd play the Fog Crystal as well here from Angus and go get another roll, so there's another roll to grab before you use this Kirlia. So I'd play the Fog Crystal here for sure. You don't have to discard the... Yeah, I would definitely play the Fog Crystal here. Because you don't want... Is there multiple things you want off this Fog Crystal? I don't think so. There's only Ralts left, I think. Yeah. So you could have thinned out that energy, then you draw into the... Now you drew into the energy. Or we get a Ralts. Oh, so it wouldn't have gotten energy anyway. See, now we're playing the Fog Crystal, but there's only one thing to grab off this Fog Crystal anyways. So you should just play the Fog Crystal to begin with. And it's actually eyeing up the Zacian. I think I still like the Ralts pick a little bit better. Zacian's not that good in this matchup. It's not great. I would go with the Ralts here, I think. Just load up the bench with Ralts. Maybe you want to keep a bench space open for Greninja. Like I said, you would board lock yourself out of Cresselia. I guess that would be a concern if you did go... If you did go that route, you would board lock yourself out of Cresselia. Okay, so for Victor this turn, I think ideally for Victor, you would want to pull off attack with Sableye here to KO the lone Kirlia. But Victor immediately grabs Cram there. So it looks like Victor's already settling for a Cram KO here on... Well, I mean, either you escape rope and you hit the Cresselia, or you're knocking out the active here, I guess. There's Greninja for 2. There's a heavy ball. I forget if there's anything prized. There might be a Comfy prized here. Victor should know what prize. Victor's pretty thoroughly checked the prize cards here, so Victor should know. There's a Comfy prize here. Okay, definitely want that then. Victor should already know, as far as Pokemon goes, what's prized. Why not Colress and then Nest Ball? I mean, I don't think there's a Colress in their hand, so that wouldn't be possible. Sometimes you don't want to draw basic Pokemon. Sometimes you want to draw other things that aren't basic Pokemon. So you would thin out the basic Pokemon first. Just depends on what you're looking for the turn. I'm pretty sure there's not a Colress in the hand. There's an escape rope. But it's probably just gonna be an attack with Cram here at the end of it all. There is a Colress grab there, that's good. Rid of the Battle VIP Pass. Maybe the Raikou. The Comfey's also fine as well, probably. It probably won't matter too much. The Raikou's like okay. It's not like a good attacker in this matchup or anything. And then the question would just be, yeah, do you play Escape Rope? Or do you play the... We see the Ralts being given up here from Angus. Oh, not too much of a choice there. 2 Mirage Gates gone, though, is not good, to be honest. And then there's a Switch Cart and the Punch with the Cram. So conserving the Mew, I don't know. I guess it's probably correct. So here we go. Guardy for 2. Or not Guardy, the Curlier for 2. Then we go into to try and find a rare candy. No rare candy found, but we did find an Ultra Ball, so we could play that to get Greninja. And then we could Greninja for 2 to try and find a rare candy. But then you're kind of board locking yourself to very few Guardies in play and just a bunch of small HP Pokemon. So the board is getting a little bit cluttered here from Angus. I guess the Curlier can evolve to the Gardevoir, but you definitely want to rare candy it. You don't want to... You definitely want to try and rare candy this Gardevoir so you can evolve the Curlier to a different Gardevoir. Because otherwise that Ralts is just going to get KO'd and you're going to have no Gardevoirs in play. I think we probably should see Greninja first here to try and find the rare candy, although it is probably unlikely. Yep, no rare candy. There's a Super Rod. What is there even to recover? Just a Ralts and a Curlier? Okay. And then we should see the Curlier evolve to a Gardevoir. Guardy EX, and then attach to the... No, I don't like the attach on the Mew now, because you're probably going to attack with... Whoa, they didn't evolve the Curlier. Wait, could they have evolved the Curlier? They could have, right? I'm not trolling. Yeah. That's a Guardy EX in the hand. Yeah, I don't know what Angus is doing here at all now. I have no clue what's happening. And then also chose to attach active when you could attack with Cresselia this turn. So this energy for turn here should probably go to the Curlier, because this should be the Guardy EX. So you should go attach the Guardy EX, evolve the Curlier to Guardy EX, attach the energy that went to the Mew to the Guardy EX, and then load up energy here, load up energy here, load up energy here, load up energy here. Retreat. Cresselia, KO, Sableye with plus the Iono. So this is just like a bad sequence here from Angus. I don't like this at all. What are you holding off on this Curlier for? There's like nothing to wait for, I don't think. You're the Shiny Arcana now. I guess we can Ultra Ball back in for it. We can go get the Guardy EX again now. No, just goes for the Curlier. So we're just not going to attack this turn. We're just going to give Victor another prize card. I don't like this sequence at all here. And then we got the Cresselia getting rid of the Shiny Arcana. So we're not even going to evolve to one of these to a Guardy this turn. But if you evolve to the Shiny Arcana, you get locked out of... Okay, I think... I think Angus meant to evolve it. Like, Angus was even getting ready to retreat the Mew. And then was like, oh, I have nothing to do. Okay, pass. Yeah, I think that's a pretty big throw there from Angus. There's a lot more time for Victor now. Victor's got 6 in the Lost Zone. Could definitely get to Sableye this turn and KO one of the Curliers. That's definitely the game plan here from Victor is KO a Curlier. And this is actually like a pretty big deal. When you get the 2 prize advantage against Guardy, it frees up a lot of space and time for the Lost Box player to like almost specifically attack with Cram for a turn, where you can just like take a turn off and attack with Cram, which is like a pretty nice. We don't quite have it in the hand here for Victor yet. Is a Colress short. Ain't an energy short, actually. There's the Psychic Energy. Got rid of the Vacuum, though, but the Psychic Energy is pretty important, especially being down double gate. You're not going to be able to like gate for your energy. Boss. Hey, Boss is not bad here to KO the Curlier. If you whiff the Sableye, the Boss KO on the Curlier with the Cram is still pretty good. The Claw to recover Sableye's later, though, is also pretty good. But I think Victor sees the importance of limiting these Curliers from getting to Guardies, so... Should see the Boss KO here. Going into Greninja next, actually. We're not done. Attachment for turn. We could see the attach retreat, but you might want to hold that energy so you can actually use Greninja next turn as well. Yeah, there's the Boss on the Curlier. Yeah, I like this from Victor. You just want to limit the... You're always just trying to stop the Gardevoir player from getting to Gardevoirs. You're just trying to stop the Gardevoir player from getting to Gardevoirs. All right, Iono top deck here is pretty good for Angus. Once again, we want to see the same play that Angus should have done last turn, which is Iono, Cresselia, KO, Sableye. So we'll see if Angus puts that together this turn. Still doesn't have the Gardevoir. Doesn't have an out to the Gardevoir in hand. Needs to draw into it. It's possible they don't draw into it. They are down a couple Ultra Ball at this point, I think, as well, which is like a lot of your main outs to get to the Gardevoir through the Mew. Yeah. 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's the Gardevoir. Okay, we're in it a little bit here. Got the Curlier for 2. And probably want to conserve that. I don't know. Maybe you do need to use... I don't hate... We should have used Mew first, to be honest. Maybe the first thing that Angus should have done was use Mew. Only 2 energy left. I'm curious to see what Angus does here. Do you attach for turn, or do you just kind of burn through more energy with Greninja to see more cards? Because you do want to get attachments for turn to limit the amount of damage you're putting on your Gardevoirs. Finally see the Gardevoir here from Angus. Like I said, I also didn't like that energy attachment to the Mew. And this is why, like, because you could have just, if the Mew has no energy on it, you can just accelerate energy from the discard pile to the Mew. It takes 20. Then you retreat the Mew. Now you have an energy sitting on your Mew, which is not good as well. So this is just like, this is like bad sequence here from Angus. You want your Gardevoir EX to have as little damage on it as possible, so that way Dragonite can't one-hit KO it, or can't hit it really hard, and then Sableye cleans it up plus KO something else. So the way this is sequencing out here from Angus is going to be like, now the Gardevoir's going to have a bunch of damage on it, theoretically, when it attacks, which is not good. Because, like, if Victor this next turn KO Cresselia. But I think Victor this next turn is going to try and KO that Ralts. We'll see what Victor actually does, but... Yeah, so low some energy. Boom. Knock out Sableye. Yeah, but... Because, like I said, because Victor is ahead of turn now, Victor can also just go Cram Punch Cresselia and then Sableye on the following turn. That's like pretty reasonable as well. But I think we'd like to see, probably want to go for the 1-hit KO on the Cresselia this turn if you can as Victor. We'll see if Victor gets it. There's an S-ball. Yep. Looks like that's what Victor's going for. He's trying to go for that KO on the Cresselia. Needs 2 in the Lost Zone. And also needs to find that Psychic Energy. Ideally without using your Mirage Gate. You don't want to stop using your Mirage Gates as Victor because you want the option of like the big Dragonite hit if you need it. I'm also curious if Victor actually plays the... Ooh, okay, it has Course in hand already. It's curious that Victor chose not... Ooh. Yeah, definitely... Wait, are we getting rid of the horn or keeping the horn? I think Victor's keeping the horn. I would keep the horn here. Get rid of the switch card and the lightning, maybe? We're low on gates. Yeah, Victor immediately snap keeps horn. That's what I was talking about yesterday. He's like, I think horn's really good in this matchup. And we kept seeing Blake, I believe, getting rid of the echoing horn. But Victor knows immediately, okay, we're keeping horn. Horn's broken. Because you can just like chain stabilize the whole game if you keep it. There we go. Greninja for 2. Super Rod. Does recover the Sableye, and then you have the Mirage Gate. Unfortunately, you have to use a Mirage Gate here to get the Sableye attacking, which is not good. You don't want to be using a Mirage Gate to get the Sableye attacking. But it looks like that's the way it has to go. It's usually not that bad to use Mirage Gate to get Sableye going, but it is YKO Crest over KO Ralts, set up Manaphy plus KO Mew. I don't know actually which is better here, to be honest. KO Cresselia like stops one of their best attackers from like attacking, but yeah, also just getting more damage in play might be better. Like you could go, yeah, with the KO on the Ralts. KO Ralts for 7, put 5 on I don't know. 5 on Manaphy. I mean, that seems fine to me. I don't dislike that play. You are kind of in like a prize race mode here, potentially for Victor, so you can just kind of keep doing that. There's like enough small stuff in play for you to just like Sableye and Cram the rest of the game, maybe. Yeah, I don't like dislike the play from Victor to maybe go that route. See what Victor ends up doing though. Plenty of energy in. Maybe Victor is like thinking about trying to play around Cresselia being able to attack again, seeing if it can attack again. Going back through it one more time. I'm not sure what Victor's looking for there. I think the Collapse Stadium is down as well, so that's like a pretty important card in this, at this point in this matchup. At the 10 of the Lost Zone. Not much to work with in the hand either for Victor here, to be honest. Yeah, I actually don't know. Maybe KOing on the Ralts is just correct here. Yeah, so it is, yeah, going for the KO on the Ralts. And then probably just 5 on Manaphy, to be honest, makes the most sense, I think. No, 5 on the Mew, not Manaphy. You don't want to put, if you put 5 on Manaphy, you're just putting damage in play for Victor to work with where they can't put damage. So it should be 5 on Mew, I think, not Manaphy. Or even like 5 on the Cresselia. Well, you don't put 5. See, I don't like the 5 on the, I think, because now Angus doesn't have to bench another Psychic Pokemon here to attack, to KO the Sableye. But I think you want Angus to bench another Psychic Pokemon here. So actually, I don't like that play here from Victor. I think it should be 5 on the Manaphy. Or 5 on the Mew, I'm sorry. Yeah, put 5 on the Mew. There's a boss on the Greninja. And then see now Angus doesn't have to bench anything. And there's another thing with this as well, is Angus has like no draw power anymore. The Curlies are gone, the Gardevoir's gone, or the potential for Shiny Arcana is not in play. You could Greninja, I guess, but we know Angus is really low on energy and can't really do that. Might be out of energy, to be honest. So who knows if Angus could even find a 4th Pokemon. But now that you put the damage on the Manaphy, see, this is like the mistake. You should just put it on the Mew, because it's going to go the same route either way. You KO the Mew and put the rest of the damage somewhere else. Same thing as putting it on the Manaphy. But it's possible Angus whips the KO, which could be big. Yeah, I think definitely a mistake there from Angus. Now from Victor, if you get a Sableye attacking this turn, though, from Victor, what you can do... Ooh, Luminion's a really good topic there. This turn is Victor. You can go KO Manaphy, KO Mew, put 10 on Cresselia, I guess. Or 10 on the Greninja, and then Cresselia and Greninja are both in Sableye range. So we're trying to get 2 more Sableye set up. If you get 2 Sableye set up this turn from Victor, which I guess Victor can't really do, to be honest, but could try and get there without benching Luminion. But if Luminion has to come and play, you can't actually bench 2 Sableyes. So now we got to put Luminion down probably. Or you could use Pokestop first, I guess, but maybe you just want to go Luminion to get a Chorus. Yeah, putting Luminion in play is not that big of a deal, but it does mean you can't put down 2 Sableyes at the same time, which kind of sucks. Making sure there's a supporter left in the deck. Even checking. I feel like Victor was. Oh no, I think Victor was checking their notes, but it looked like Victor was checking the floor. Like, all right, I got this in my discard pile, that in my lost zone. What's on the floor? Okay, nothing on the floor. Okay, we're good to go. I think Victor was checking their notes to make sure one wasn't prized, but it looked like they were checking the floor. You got the Chorus, and you find some Sableyes. This is why the Clara is really good in this matchup as well. Like, Clara, just recover your Sableyes, you're kind of still cooking, but I think the boss play was correct there when, okay, pretty easy loss zones here. Get to the Battle VIP pass on the Comfy, probably. I don't know what Victor's thinking so hard about here. Yeah, it's always the Comfy, I think. I don't think you ever need that third Comfy. But if one Comfy does go down, you might want the option to be able to still use double Comfy. There is only one Mirage Gate left here for Victor, so maybe thinking that the Dragonite's not a possibility anyway, so maybe you should just give it up. Keep the Comfy just in case you get into a situation where the Comfy start getting KO'd and you want to have another one. And that is what Victor goes for here. Which it makes sense to have that option around. There's the Artisan. Artisan can go ahead and find the Sableye. And you don't actually have to... Well, you're not using the Mirage Gate here from Victor, so I almost feel like keeping the Dragonite was maybe a little bit better, to be honest. Yeah. You're not using... Yeah, as Victor here, you're not using the Mirage Gate here to set up the Sableye attack. I think there's a switch card in hand here for Victor. So I do almost feel like the other play would have been better from Victor. There is an Echoing Horn in the hand here for Victor as well. I believe it's in the hand. It might be in the deck now. I don't remember. But I don't think you want to put a Ralts on the bench because it could get rare candied out. Oh, no, but you could actually. Actually, no, I do like that from Victor. Does that make sense? Maybe that doesn't make sense. Well, I think Victor does have Palpad left, so you could put a Ralts on the bench here and go KO Ralts, KO Manaphy, and then you're a boss KO away on the Mew with Cram from winning. I don't know if the horn's in the hand here for Victor, though. Oh, it is. So that might actually be the play here, actually. That's actually curious. So the 1 damage counter here should actually go to the Cresselia, I feel like, because that puts Cresselia in range of boss KO with Cram plus Palpad boss, and you have the Force Shield Sun in play here. Because the Cresselia... the Cresselia needs enough Pokemon in play to be able to attack with it as a Cresselia, so I think I like that play from Victor, because it's possible Angus has to attack with... It's possible Angus has to attack with the Gardevoir. Wait, is there 2 damage counters left? Did I miscount? 4? Oh, I did. There is 2 left. Okay. Maybe you... Oh, I think Angus just scooped there. No, wait. What happened? Super Rod? Maybe. The other thing Victor could have done here, actually, which would have been interesting, is instead of putting damage on the Cresselia, you could have actually just put extra damage on the Manaphy or the Mew, and then left no extra damage in play for Angus to work with. There's probably enough energy in the discard pile where that doesn't ever make any sense. But that would have been like the only other thing to have done. It probably doesn't make any sense to do that, but... And... Okay, I think Angus scooped. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. All right, so I think it was played pretty poorly by Angus. I mean, there's a couple things that I think Victor could have done a little bit better. But Victor played pretty clean. That's what I expect. I mean, Victor's been playing this deck for forever. But yeah, Angus definitely could have played quite a bit better in this one for sure. It's kind of like sloppy early game stuff. And the early game is like super important in this matchup. Like you have to try and... Like your goal as Gardevoir is to stabilize. And if you stabilize, you have a pretty good shot at winning the matchup. But if you don't stabilize, you literally just lose. Okay, Dragonite being prized and a Sableye being prized. The Palpad being prized is also a pretty important card in this matchup, but it's in the middle, so like Victor might draw it before it becomes too relevant. But this is about the... like you'd want to... like going into your 4th prize card is probably when you want to play the Palpad. So Palpad being prized is not great for Victor, but Victor will probably play Heavy Ball to get the Sableye out of the prize cards at some point. Maybe the Dragonite. The Dragonite is really nice to have like an aggressive heavy hitter early though, especially into the Gardevoir EX. But you do have Drapion as well, but Drapion takes 2 Mirage Gates sometimes to set up as well as Dragonite only takes 1. So, but Drapion does 1 hit KO it, so like that trade off is like usually fine. The heavy ball will probably shuffle around where the Palpad ends up being. So Victor might be able to find the Palpad before it's too late, because you want to play. You don't want to have the Palpad when you get Iono to 2. You want to play the Palpad before you get Iono to 2. Ooh, the Artisan coming out here from Angus. You don't really want to give Lost Box Artisan turn 1. And Victor does have the Luminion in the hand, so guaranteed Colress here. And I can't really fully see the hand here from Angus. I'm curious what's in the rest of the hand. There's a level ball, but Angus is maybe needing to save that for Kirlia. This time, Victor did open the Comfey, so there's a lot higher chance of... Also, like, the other thing I didn't like from Angus that I mentioned, and this is just how I play the matchup. I think it's correct to play it this way. This is just how you play the matchup. If a turbo Lost Box deck, unless they're ultra turbo, but if they're just like a build like Victor's, if they don't open Comfey, you should play like they're not going to get turn 1 Mirage Gate. If they open Comfey, you should play like they are going to get turn 1 Mirage Gate. That's how I always play the matchup. And like if you don't open the Comfey, it's really, really hard to get the turn 1 Mirage Gate off. If they open the Comfey, it's like not guaranteed every time, but it's not that difficult. So Victor did not open the Comfey last game. And we saw they did not get the turn 1 Mirage Gate. And I think Angus should have played heavier for more Ralts in play because of that. But this time with Victor opening the Comfey, I would get the Manaphy here if I'm Angus. I'd try and definitely get the Manaphy here. There's a Battle VIP pass, so we should get Ralts Manaphy here. I can't see the rest of the hand. I don't know if I want Angus to play this level ball or not. We might actually see Greninja plus. I don't know if I want Greninja Manaphy. That's fine. So we're definitely playing the level ball this turn for another Ralts. Greninja's like pretty solid in this matchup. Can tank a hit from Cram if you want it to. Usually you're fine with your Mew just going down though. Yeah, I'm curious what the rest of the hand here is from Angus. All right, now we have Iono, so we can definitely play double level ball for double Ralts here. And I think Angus probably wants the Mew to get KO'd here. If you had to like pick something to get KO'd here, because like the one thing I haven't like fully like tested out this idea. Like, if you just Cram Punch the Greninja instead and they don't have Cresselia in play, then they're kind of board locked out of Cresselia. And then you go into, like, Sableye next turn. I feel like it's better to Cram Punch the Greninja than KO the Mew here, basically. Or even KO, like, a Ralts. I mean, Ralts is pretty good with Cram here, to be honest, but I feel like if I was Victor, I would rather KO the Mew than punch the Greninja. But I'm not sure what I want to say. I'm curious to see what actually ends up happening here from Victor. There's an escape rope in the hand here, but I think we're still short a couple switch cards. I actually wonder if Victor should have started with the Comfey here instead of the Battle VIP Pass, because you have the Luminion in hand, which can find you the... You have the Luminion in hand, which can find you the Colress, so maybe you should have tried to get more basics off of your first Comfey instead of trying to make it maximize your outs of the Comfey hitting a Colress. I don't know. We'll see. Unless that's 2 Battle VIP passes. No, I think it's Greninja Cram there. Yeah. Wait. How did we get Greninja Cram Comfey? Oh, the Artisan. Okay. Okay, never mind. With the Artisan, it's fine then. Actually, I like this. And then we actually see the Luminion come down immediately for the Colress instead of trying to Comfey into the Colress. I don't know if I like that. Putting Luminion in play is not that... It's not good. You just really don't... You don't want a 2-prizer just hanging out there for your opponent to take advantage of in the late game. So I think I would have... I think Victor should have probably tried to use... Unless... No, Victor didn't use Comfey yet. I think Victor should have tried to use Comfey to get the Colress. I don't know. Yeah, you just don't... Having that 2-prizer just hanging out there does not sound good. We're going immediately into the stop. Okay, maybe that makes sense. If you're going to go immediately into the stop, that was a pretty good stop. If you're going to go immediately into the stop afterwards, maybe it does make sense to thin out the Colress out of your deck. I don't dislike it. How do you need to be this aggressive as Victor? Like, Victor's playing like super aggressive here. But do you need to be this aggressive? I mean, you do want to like thin out your deck pretty aggressively. And have to decide between the Mirage. Probably go with the Mirage Gate over the Switch card. The Mirage Gate is effectively a Switch card towards the late game because it gets you an energy to retreat with on the turn. So you should always go with Mirage Gate over Switch cards if you don't need the Switch card for the turn. You can KO Crest plus return Lum back. Oh, that's true. The Lum can just get returned back. That is true. I forgot about that. So yeah, actually, yeah, I guess that's just what you do. Hey, that's actually like... Does that make it just worth it to play Luminion for this matchup then? Because you can KO the Cresselia without using Sableye? All right, there's the escape rope. This is like the hard question here for Angus is... The Greninja did get pushed there. Vacuum or Ultra Ball? Probably take the Ultra Ball. Because you have a vacuum in hand you can already use to get rid of your Pokestop plus loss on your Manaphy. And you're already going to be at like 6 in your loss zone. Second vacuum could be good though. To get to like Sableye, to almost guarantee Sableye next turn. Actually, if there's a Force Heal Stone in the hand here for Victor, you could even use it this turn. That's why I'll come down. I like the Sableye grab here. Because you know that they're going to be... Like, Angus is going to be board locked here, so... So with Angus being board locked here, you're not afraid of your... The reason you usually don't want to get Sableye too early in this matchup is like if there was a bench space open for Angus here, then you can go Cresselia, KO Sableye before you even get to use the Sableye, which you don't want to do, so... But because they're board locked, you're chilling. And then either can hard retreat or switch card goes with the switch card. And then could attach to Luminion, but attaching Luminion here doesn't make as much sense now because... Attaching Luminion right now doesn't make that much sense because like there's not even a Cresselia like on board to like worry about going after. Yeah, the vacuum's gonna go back to the deck here, but it is in the deck, which means it might be pretty easy for Victor to get to a Sableye this turn because the second vacuum is still in the deck instead of lost zoning it. Go Greninja. So that's why I wonder like, I mean, if Angus had like a Super Rod in hand there, you could have even given up Manaphy and then Super Rod and Manaphy back in. Well, I still wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, it's just awkward. That's just awkward to be honest. It's just awkward, yeah. Might be just like too awkward no matter what. Another Psychic. You appreciate the 2-month resub there. Feel Goodions. Second Curlia. We're not at the Candy Gardevoir yet. That's what we're digging for here is Candy Gardevoir. How close are we? We have the Gardevoir, so we're just missing the candy. 1, 2, no Candy Gardevoir. Retreat to Mew. Hopefully finds the candy here. At the very least. Yeah, he didn't even look at the rest of the cards. And there's not that much time left as well. But no attack coming off this turn from Angus. So for Victor here, you're looking for the Sableye play to KO Curlia. Ooh, the Collapse Stadium came out. This does let Victor get rid of their Luminion. Yeah, this does let Victor get rid of Luminion. Luminion's like cool to KO Cresselia, but it's probably better to get rid of it overall. And I do like the play there from Angus to play the class right now. So for Victor here, you're looking for a KO on a Curlia. Once again, it could be that boss KO that we saw in the last game, or more likely what's going to happen is I would assume we have a higher chance of pulling off the... Ooh, and the vacuum is actually back in the hand for... Does Victor play 3 vacuum? Victor must play 3 vacuum. Because the other one's on the bottom of the deck, right? I think there was a Iono last turn. Did I play Ting-Lu? No. I did not play Ting-Lu. I do want to play some Ting-Lu, though. I'm excited to try out a bunch of decks on PTCG Live this week once we get through our VOD review. Yeah, once we get through the VOD review, I'm excited to try out a bunch of different decks. Chien Pao, Ting-Lu builds, some other stuff. Manaphy was pushed up here from Angus. You could have pushed up the Guardy EX, though, to be honest. All right, so the Manaphy's like okay, but I think Angus' hand is pretty much dead. Like Greninja is still a really good attacker here. They say Ting-Lu with Claydol is the new spice. Wait, which Claydol? So like the Manaphy going down here to cram is like still pretty good here from Victor. If Victor whiffs the Sableye play, because you'd much rather Sableye at Curlia. But the threat of Greninja is really high on the next turn. If the Manaphy goes down this turn, because if you don't evolve both Curlias, then Victor can do something like KO Curlia with Greninja plus hit like the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir for 90, and then kind of go from there. So you want to just Sableye here as Victor. It does have the boss though. Victor did draw the boss, so we do have the boss KO Curlia play again here. And has a vacuum in hand, so could play the vacuum before you get Iono'd and thin out the vacuum, thin out the Battle VIP pass. I think you want to do that here as Victor. You do open up the bench for Angus by getting rid of the collapse, but there's already a bench space to work with here from Angus, so I don't think it's like that big of a deal to open up their bench. And you open up your bench as well. I don't know if I like that play from Victor to not get the extra card in the loss zone here. You should almost play this matchup like every single turn you're going to get Iono'd. So like if you're Victor here, you should play as if you're getting Iono'd. So I don't think I like that play from I don't like the sequence here from Angus either. I think you should just play the Iono immediately from Angus. I don't like the discard of the boss. Boss is still pretty good in this matchup, especially after some Ionos. Yeah, I would just play the Iono first here as Angus, I think. I don't know how many cards Victor had in hand, so maybe you're not trying to Iono this turn, but I would also Palpad back to Ionos here as Angus if you could. Did not play the Palpad, though. I think that's a mistake here from Angus. I think there is 2 Iono in the discard pile here for Angus. You should definitely have played that Palpad and put Ionos back. That's all you care about is Iono chaining from here. You do want to find Cresselia as well, I guess, but we did whiff the Cresselia here. But we do still have Shiny Arcana, and then we do have the Mew. All right, Fog Crystal. That should be getting us Cresselia, unless it's prized. Ooh, maybe it is prized. No. Did it get KO'd? No, it didn't get KO'd. It might be prized. No, it's in the hand. Okay, we're chilling. So you don't want to run out of energy here as Angus. You want to make sure you have energy to attack with Cresselia potentially multiple turns in a row. Yeah, so I don't know if I like this. It's probably correct to attach here. I take it back. I like it. All right, from Victor here. You're still in you could just punching the Cresselia with your Cram is fine here, I think, as Victor, because then you can do a 2-prize turn on the next turn where you KO the active plus you KO something else with you could go KO Cresselia plus KO Manaphy or something like that, and you still have like tons of prize cards in play to work with. All right, Super Rod, Artisan. Looks like Escape Rope was a keep already here from Victor. See what else they choose to keep. Getting rid of both stadiums. Okay. So keeping the Collapse in play. Like I said, I don't think keeping the Collapse in play is like that big of a deal in this matchup anymore as Victor, because Angus doesn't want to bench Ralts anymore anyways. So there's a Sableye that was prized. So I don't even know if I like the... I don't know if that's like Victor's thought here though. But like in that last hand, like I mentioned, I think Victor should have lost zoned away. Should have played the Vacuum to go up one more in the lost zone, plus get rid of the Battle VIP Pass and the Vacuum in the deck, which are now dead cards moving forward. And you're going to be regret having those around. Yeah, you're going to regret having those around in the future here. I'm just comfy for 2. It's Colress versus Switch Cart. Probably keeping the Colress there. Has a Psychic in hand, so doesn't need to actually play a Mirage Gate here from Victor. But you still could play a Mirage Gate if you wanted to. There's the Mew push from Angus. And then I assume the Sableye is just going to KO the Cresselia here. Super Rod to recover Sableye, Luminian Psychic. Makes sense. Could see a Mirage Gate here just to set up some energies on Comfeys to have pivots to work with. But you don't need to. You can hold. Holding it's like probably fine. I don't know. I'm not trying to overthink it right now. Yeah, it's like probably fine. Then knockout Mew 60. So not KO in the Cresselia. Once again, putting the damage on the Manaphy though is giving Angus more to work with here to KO your Sableye. I don't like the damage on the Manaphy. But where else would the damage go is the question then, right? So what if we put what if we just put 6 on the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir? Isn't that better? I feel like the 6 on the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir is just better. So now we see the Gardevoir push up here from Angus, the Gardevoir EX. And so we could see that retreated and then spread down. Yeah, retreat. And now you spread the energy back onto the Gardevoirs and the Cresselia. Has an Iono. I like that. Maybe should have played the Ultra Ball first. There had to be some dead cards in that hand, I feel like. Also, you need to get that Palpad off the bottom of your deck as Angus here, so you have more Iono. The game at this point is literally just Iono chain, so... But yeah, not playing that Palpad when Angus had it was a big mistake, I think. I definitely think that's going to come back to bite him for sure. I don't actually... Did they use Shiny Arcana there? I think they started their turn with it. Okay, I think they're good. But if they had an Iono in hand, they should have used Shiny Arcana after the Iono. For sure. 6 minutes left. There's 4 prize cards still to draw here for Angus, excuse me. We might just be seeing like a hard retreat into Cram here, actually, to be honest. 1 on each of the Comfeys, retreat Comfey into Cram, Cram punches Cresselia. But see, that's what I mean, like this damage on the Manaphy is just like a stockpile of damage for Angus to potentially utilize. And I think we're just going to see Angus get to take advantage of it again here, because I don't think Victor has a Sableye attack here. I could be wrong. We'll see what the rest of the hand has. No, they don't. Yeah. Thinking about an Echoing Horn here. There is the Mew to Echoing Horn here, which you probably want to do before Angus potentially puts down something else once they realize that your hand is pretty dead. So yeah, there's the Mew to the bench. There's the retreat and the Cramp. But see, like this, I was talking about. This little stockpile of damage on this Manaphy has been so good for Angus when Victor put the damage there. You definitely don't want to put the damage on the Manaphy. Wait, shouldn't this Manaphy have less damage on it? No, 6, 6. Yeah, 2. No, it makes sense. Once again, I do wonder if Victor should have just KO'd the Cresselia with their Sableye on that previous turn as well. I'm not sure about that either, to be honest. Instead, they went for the KO on the Mew, put damage on Manaphy. But the damage should not have been on the Manaphy. It should have been on the Gardevoir. To be honest, there's also an argument to just put the damage on the Cresselia, so that way your Cram can definitely KO the Cresselia on the next turn. When Victor did the damage and KO'd Mew, I wonder if actually you should have put 3 of the damage counters on Cresselia, so that way when Cresselia heals, your Cram can still kill it, and then put 3 of the damage counters on the Gardevoir, on the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. So go like KO Mew 6, 3, 3. Maybe you don't want to put 6 on Cresselia because it just doesn't make any sense if your response is Cram. So 3, 3. But then at that point, why not just Sableye the Cram, maybe? I feel like Sableye Cram at that point is maybe still just the better play to go with. It's not super efficient. So I don't... Actually, the more I think about it, I think KO Mew, and then 3 on Cresselia, 3 on Gardevoir was the play. I like that more. None on the Manaphy. You never put any on the Manaphy. We've seen Victor get punished both games now by putting damage on Manaphy. You never put the damage on the Manaphy, that's for sure. Got the boss play. But there might be no energy in the discard pile here. And there's no energy in the discard pile, and there's only 1 in the hand. So no heal attack is actually available here for Angus, which sucks. And then actually, I think this boss is incorrect then. We should have seen Angus boss the... Angus didn't realize that, though. So mistake from Angus here by not actually realizing what their attacks available were. You probably boss KO the Comfey here, actually, not boss KO the Greninja. Because Victor didn't use Greninja last turn. So this Comfey with the energy effectively gets them to see 2 free cards. If they top deck energy, they get to also see 2 free cards. But it's at the cost of the energy, whereas the Comfey's at the cost of nothing. They don't get to keep both cards, but it's a guaranteed play. So I don't like this play here from Angus at all. But I think Angus thought they could have KO'd the Comfey with the Cresselia, and that's why they did it like that. The board state is pretty nicely set up though for Victor if Victor can find a Sableye here. The board state is pretty nicely set up here for Victor if they find Sableye. They have 4 Sealstone. They have Raikou with 4 Sealstone. Ooh, actually, Victor could just KO the active here with Raikou, not spreading damage on the bench with the Dragonite, and then can actually... Ooh, this is actually a pretty good play here from Victor. We could just see the KO on the active here with the Raikou, and there's not actually a Pokemon set up for Angus that can respond to the Raikou. Now, I'm sure Angus does play a... Ooh, we could see the Clara Grab. The Clara Grab here actually seems kind of cool from... Oh, but Victor's going with the Sableye play instead. Is that better? Maybe that is better. Maybe the Sableye play is a little bit better here. So you Sableye, you KO Cresselia. You KO Cresselia, Manaphy, Mew. 1, 3, 6. 2 left over. You put them on the Gardevoir, and then you can win with another Sableye on the next turn. Okay, this probably does make more sense not to attack with... I was thinking maybe attacking with Raikou makes a little bit more sense, because then you'd force out... Maybe attacking with Raikou does make a little bit more sense if it was possible, though. You attack with Raikou, knock out Gardevoir, go down to 2. Then you still KO both these with Sableye. Angus responds with Cresselia, KO Comfey. Maybe not. Maybe it is better to do this actually way. I guess the stockpile on the Manaphy ends up working out. 2 on the active. So now, 3 prize cards for Victor and wins the game next turn with a Sableye. See, there's the... There's the Palpad. Angus drawing the Palpad. This is what I said. You're always doing Ionos here, so just play the Palpad. Just play the Palpad. And put 2 Iono back in your deck when you had the Palpad. And now Angus has the Palpad, which could have been an Iono. And this would be a great time to play an Iono here for Angus. Does have some draw power here off the Shiny Arcana. Should definitely thin out the deck with like level balls and all that stuff. 1 minute left in the game. There is the Raikou on the bench here, though. So Angus can win the game. Even if time was called right now, Angus does have a chance to win the game. Ultra Ball as well. Should play that Ultra Ball. Is there anything here stopping us from playing the Ultra Ball? I don't think so. No Iono, and now plays the Ultra Ball. But why not play the Ultra Ball before? Was there a Pokemon to grab? There was, yeah. Definitely a mistake there from Angus. Another mistake. Should just play the Ultra Ball. Should have played Level Ball, then Ultra Ball. Find Iono, play Iono, KO the active with Guard EX. Here comes Worker for 3, but that's not Iono. There's the Iono. A little bit late. And as long as Victor can get an out, Victor did get a ton of cards to work with off this last turn of KOs. And there's a Luminion top deck as well. So it's looking pretty good here for Victor, I think. Victor might even have the Palpad into boss. Cram knockout. Palpad's double Chorus. No, we can't cram KO. We need Echoing Horn. It's got 10 more HP than I thought. Okay. Clara. Oh, no. No! Did Victor just choke? Victor didn't have a switch card. Victor's okay, Sableye win. But doesn't have... So now we got to see the... Dude. Was that correct? No. So Victor should have started their turn by using Comfy. And didn't Victor, like, Palpad back in 2 Chorus? Victor Palpaded back in 2 Chorus, and then Luminions for Clara, then Clara's for the cards, and then doesn't have... and then doesn't have a way to use the Sableye in the hand. So the deck is now more clunky than it was before using this Comfy. So the way Victor should have started their turn is they should have just Comfied. Comfy first, see what happens, getting a little bit ahead of themselves. We'll see how this works out. Now Victor's like, oh, shoot. All right, shuffle, use Comfy, pray for a switch card. Appreciate the 11 months there, Mix Son. All right, so really bad sequence here at the end here from Victor. I think there was definitely quite a few other mistakes throughout the set from Victor as well. But yeah, really bad sequence here at the end. Getting a little bit ahead of themselves, but has a Comfy here. It would be so justified for Victor to see double Chorus here. I think that would be great. Chorus Drapion. Now, Angus does still need a boss to win next turn, though. To KO the Luminion with the Gardevoir. And I don't know if there's actually a boss. There's 2 bosses in the discard pile from Angus. Oh, no! There's 2 bosses in Angus's discard pile. Here comes Greninja. It is still winnable, I think, from this turn from Victor. If they see... They could get, like, Super Rod, Mirage Gate. And then... No, they would need, like, Escape Rope, Mirage Gate. They got Mirage Gate. I don't think it's enough, though. Still. But yeah, there's 2 bosses in the discard pile, I believe, here for Angus. 2 boss, and the Palpad's gone as well. Attach active. Retreat to other Comfy. Use Comfy. Like I said, there's no win condition here, I don't think, here for Victor. I think it's Chorus and Super Rod. Super Rod seems pretty good here, and looks like Victor agrees. And pass. Okay, over to Angus. Top deck Iono. I'm not sure what turn this is. Angus might be turn... Angus is turn 1, so Angus has 1 more turn to win this game. There is an Iono. So Victor needs a lot here. I actually wonder if Victor should have like played Super Rod and then also Mirage Gate some energies onto these Comfies. And even maybe an energy onto the Raikou. Like one on Comfy, one on Raikou or something. I don't know. Let's see. There's the punch. Knockout. What does Victor have? Push up. Comfy. Nope. Chilling. I mean, I don't think knowing what's in Victor's discard pile or Angus's discard pile ever changes anything. Maybe just making sure that Angus can actually KO the Raikou. Because maybe you push Raikou and try and just wall. 2-card hand. It's a Chorus! That's a pretty good start. There's Sableye and Escape Rope. And 4 Sealstone. But 4 Sealstone does absolutely nothing. So you just take Sableye, Escape Rope. Sableye, Escape Rope. And this vacuum, we talked about this vacuum earlier. On turn 2, Victor could have played... This vacuum shouldn't even be in the deck. This vacuum should have already been out of the deck with another Battle VIP pass. So I think it comes down to... No, wait, what? What is that last card in hand? I can't tell what that is. Wait, have we used Comfy? Am I tripping? Are we just not going to use this Comfy? Oh no, there's 2 vacuums left. The other card in hand is a vacuum. So it might no actually, but it would have been one of these vacuums. One of these vacuums shouldn't be in the deck with a Battle VIP pass. Doesn't matter which one. Would have been 1 card deeper. I think Victor's just forgetting about Comfy here. I'm pretty sure they didn't use it. No, use the Comfy. Wait, did we just not use? I'm not tripping, right? There's dude. Is that like the correct? Wait, does he even have the energy? Victor even have the energy? Dude, what just happened, bro? You make sure they have the card. I don't think Victor has the energy. There's no need to use Comfy? What do you mean there's no need to use Comfy? Think he Comfied into double chorus? Oh, maybe I'm tripping. No, because he draws for turn. Wait, let's see. No, chorus on top of the Lost Zone, draws for turn, sends up Comfy, draws for turn, plays a chorus. So he did not use Comfy. And gets scooped. Yeah, Victor didn't have game. Dude. I'm tilted, man. Yeah, this one was actually played pretty poorly by Victor. I think there were some mistakes on Angus's side as well. Man. Yeah, that was played pretty poorly by this game specifically. I don't remember the other ones. I mean, if whatever I said applies, but this game specifically, Victor, I think played pretty poorly actually. Yeah, always make them show it, bro. If your opponent says I have boss in hand, make them show you the boss in hand. Nah, he saw double chorus. Double chorus was the turn before. Yeah, double chorus was the turn before. You're just wrong, Reggie Beckman. I don't know what you want. If I'm from 0, I'm playing the Rod regardless. Yeah, this was a slop. This game was really sloppy on both sides. Maybe Anxious wanted to make sure Victor didn't get the tie since it was time. No, the tie is important for Angus, though. That makes no sense. The tie is huge for Angus to have to potentially get top 8. You don't just give your... Yeah, you don't just give your opponent the win there. Victor called out he refuses to rewatch it yet because of how bad he played. What, you mean that's what Victor said, they refused to watch it? What happened to the Rod? It would have put the energies back in the deck? Yeah, I think the Rod should have maybe been played on the last turn from Victor. It was a terrible game. Yeah, this is like a super sloppy game on both sides. Definitely. Oh yeah, the Rod is on the bottom of the deck. The Rod got Iona, if that's what you're asking. All right, let's move on to the next one. We got B and Bob versus Jackson. All right, chat. I'll be right back in. I gotta use the bathroom. Give me 5. I wasn't just using the bathroom, chat. I had to go do something in the kitchen and then get the mail. All right, we're back. Round number something. B and Bob with the Lost Box. Jackson with Lost Box versus B and Bob with Arc, Umbreon, Dura. How it goes. We got Jackson going first. The Luminian start is not good. So this matchup, want to be pretty aggressive with Dragonite usually. But actually being aggressive with Raikou wouldn't be bad here either. Maybe to get the KO on the Luminian first and then go into Dragonite from there. Depends what else is on the board to take advantage of, though. Yeah, Luminian. I don't think Ian plays a way to get Luminian out of play either. I can actually confirm that by looking at Ian's list right now. I'm going to do that. I'm pretty sure there's like no Volo in Ian's list, yeah. Yeah, so no Volo. So this, like, the Luminian's bad. Opening Luminian's real bad. Which card from Jackson did go aggressive with the Dragonite here. Maybe there's a Force Seal Stone in the hand. There is a Force Seal Stone in the hand here from Jackson, and we're gonna go ahead and get aggressive with this. Gonna go for the Battle VIP pass. I actually, that's probably fine. So I'm gonna go for a Battle VIP pass. I was gonna say I don't know how much I love maybe getting the Dragonite to begin with off the first Battle VIP pass, but it's probably not. It's probably fine. It's probably whatever. The other thing I'm like really scared of here from Ian is like a turn 1 Judge. Ian only plays 1 Judge, so it's like not too likely to happen. But yeah, lack of way to remove the Luminian. It's going to be rough for Ian for sure. Usually don't want to put that down in this matchup. Okay, Greninja for 2. Then we should see a hard retreat. Ooh, switch card? Yeah, I guess you could attach. Wait, did we already see a hard retreat? We maybe already saw a hard retreat. Ooh, gets rid of a Chorus. Chorus versus... What? Hold up. Boss isn't really that good in this matchup. It was very okay. Let's see here again. Yeah, I keep the culture over the boss every time. I do not like that pick. Boss is like not that good in this matchup. Ian's not going to set up that many different attackers, and you have so many other ways to like get around Ian's attackers as well. I do like the attach to the active on the active there at the end. Yeah, I don't like that play there at all from Jackson here. See what the grab here is here from Ian. Another Arceus. That is how I think you want to play this matchup. Is you just want to go triple Arceus. Well, with the Luminian already set up, though, I don't... Yeah, you want to go, like, triple Arceus Alakazam, yeah. You generally don't want to set up the Duraludon, I don't think. Like, Duraludon's, like, not very good. The only thing that matters is, like, having the choice spell to be able to KO the Dragonite immediately. But, yeah. Maybe Jackson gets the... Nah, I don't like the boss. I don't like the boss. Might just be attach and pass. Ooh, attach and boss. Okay, so trying to get disruptive here from Ian. I think has the Adventurous Discovery in hand as well. Getting disrupted from Ian here. Oh, is that no switch card? Another big thing in this matchup is keeping around all of your attackers. So Lost Owning Sableye here is not good. So yeah, I like this. It's alright though. We still got Greninja to use. I think that's 0 switch cards in the hand here. Has a vac though, so we're not actually just like we're not too far off from being able to. There's the escape rope, and the escape rope's huge here because you don't want to KO Luminian actually. There's a heavy ball. We're about to get to 6 here off of the Comfey. I think we're gonna be a little bit short here from Jackson, but just punching with Cram here is also fine, to be honest. Just punching with Cram here is fine. Drapion's also actually a good attacker in this matchup as well. Drapion hitting for the 160, so that's actually it's a good take there. Ooh, there might be double gate in the hand actually. We might be able to see the KO here from Jackson. We'll see. You definitely don't want to build up the extra damage on your own Drapion though. Maybe there's only 1 Mirage Gate in the hand, though. I can't tell. If it's 2 Mirage Gate, you could vacuum and then double Mirage Gate. Jackson does not seem super happy about the situation, though, so I'm assuming there's not. Yeah, just retreat to Cram Punch. It's not that bad, though. Cram Punch here. I would like to see the vacuum get played here, though, from Jackson. I'm not sure what the whole hand... Yeah. What the heck? Vacuum away that Comfey. What are we doing? If you just get Iono'd here, you just go down. Like, you could have 2 more cards in your lost zone. That's huge. That is such a big deal. Big mistake here from Jackson. Just play the vacuum. Get rid of your Force Seal Zone. You already used it. Maybe want to get rid of... Actually, the only reason to keep it around is to get rid of Ian's Choice Belt. But Ian's going to put the Choice Belt in their hand and try and hold it. Yeah, I don't know about that. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of that. We definitely want to see the vacuum get played here. Because if Ian just plays an Iono or a Judge... And we might see the Judge here from Ian. This is like the best turn to use the Judge from Ian. So we might see the Judge. Of course, with using the Starbirth here, you have no way to find the Choice Belt anymore. Which maybe that's a reasonable reason from Jackson to try and hold. But I don't think it is, because I think there's a good chance you get hand disrupted here. But actually, I don't think Ian has any supporter in hand at all. It's just an attached attack, I think. Oof, that's not good from Ian. This is not good at all. Yikes. Another Arceus. Fresh Arceus, though. Yeah, I think Ian's hand is dead. I think Ian's hand is dead here. So, yeah. Triple load up on the bench. I think it probably is correct. Diversifies the energy a little bit there, though. Makes sense. Any tips do you have to beat Arceus? Maybe a choice belt? In what? All right, over to Jackson. There's a Nest Ball. So attack with Dragonite's like pretty solid here from Jackson. You probably just swing a Dragonite here because you saw Ian. It depends if you think you knew for sure what Ian grabbed off of that play as well. Nest Ball for Comfy. I don't like that. We should probably just grab the other Sableye here as Jackson. I don't like putting another Comfy in play here. I don't think it really does a whole ton for us. With Lost Box, I don't think the matchup's like bad or anything. You just beat him. Second Dragonite's probably better than that. Maybe some other Vega attacker. Yeah, I don't like that. I do not like that. The Roxanne's actually pretty good here. I don't like getting another Comfy, though. Especially with the Comfy in hand already. They chose to keep the Nest Ball over the Roxanne? I don't like that. They also have a Colress in hand. That's interesting. Maybe Jackson was looking for the boss KO on the bench Arceus. I actually do kind of like that. So I don't hate that. But now we're going to have to settle for the Colress, which is fine here. Sheesh. But I still think no attack with the Dragonite available here to Jackson. Sheesh. This is kind of unfortunate. My goodness. So many cards and such a lack of knockout. Maybe. Okay, we do have 10 here. So we actually, the attack with Sableye is solid here to KO that Arceus on the bench before it gets to evolve, to be honest. That's not bad. Ian here thinking about what to do. Goes with the Luminion send up. Makes sense. Yeah, Luminion's always probably the best send up here. You send up anything else, you never know when if Dragonite could happen or not. So from the Roxanne though, from Jackson, we maybe should have seen him send up a comb. No, you probably want to stack one of these energies on the Dragonite actually. I think I like that better on the Dragonite, to be honest. I'm not sure. It's close. But now you need another gate. Now you need a gate and an attachment next turn. I mean, the hand doesn't have a whole ton to work with here, but yeah, I like the K on the Arceus. 11. Where do you put the 1? I don't actually know, to be honest. That seems fine. So still in a pretty good spot for Jackson, to be honest. You have a big Dragonite hit coming up at some point. You just need to make sure you attack with your Dragonite before Ian potentially boss KOs it. That's like the only thing you have to be scared of here. It looks like Ian's hand is still dead, though. There's an Ultra Ball. Get another Arceus here to protect this one, because yeah, you don't want to get you don't want that Dragonite to boss KO your Arceus. And the attach retreat attack. Once again, that Luminion suck and play for the rest of the game. So hit with Dragonite here is pretty good from Jackson. Go Dragonite punch the active once again, because Ian maybe doesn't have a way to KO your Dragonite, because they've used their Starburst and they just went down to a 0-card hand, becoming one off the prize cards. Oof, no great options there still. Yeah, Jackson literally just can't draw into anything good. What do you do here as Jackson? You could just load up 12. Loading up 12 on the Luminion is actually fine, to be honest. Yeah, if Jackson just goes 12 to Luminion, that's fine. And then you could go KO Luminion plus spread the damage on the 2 Arceus for the Dragonite to KO later. So that's probably the way to go here. Is thinking about the Pokestop, though. I'm not a huge fan of the Pokestop. I think just playing Clara here might just be the way to go. Yeah, just Clara, recover the energy, retreat. I don't like this sequence actually here, though. We should have seen the retreat off the water first from Jackson and then recover the water over the lightning here. Yeah. Because you want the water in hand to be able to put down Dragonite later. Actually, we had the gate in hand, so we could have actually attacked with Dragonite this turn, I think. Probably just push up the other Arceus here as Ian. It's like the same thing. You know the Comfy could have retreated, so I don't like this play from Ian. I think you always can send up the other Arceus here. Because hitting one Arceus to the other Arceus... Well, I guess if the Dragonite hits this Arceus, that's a little bit worse. Because then you go... But you still can go Choice Belt attacks, so it's like the same thing. So I think push up the other Arceus makes a little bit more sense here from Ian. Once again, you have this Comfy clogging your bench here as Jackson. The third Comfy has just been useless this whole time. I would have rather seen it be the second Sableye for sure. If it was in the deck, which I think it was, has a Mirage Gate. So we could have attacked with Dragonite here as Jackson, which I think was a little bit better of an attack here, to be honest. I think Jackson should have attacked with Dragonite here, because that sets up your Sableye a little bit better on the following turn. Like you attack with Dragonite, get a hit in, maybe you can get another hit in, and then you just go Sableye, or Sableye Greninja, and you just win the game from there. So I think Jackson should have attacked with Dragonite here. You could have retreat the energy off the Comfy to another Comfy. Go, okay, so you go use Comfy, retreat Comfy, to Comfy, use Comfy, escape rope, Mirage Gate. Or retreat to the comfy, use the Mirage Gate, escape rope attach. Oh no, but then the Dragonite would be hitting the Luminion. No, but you could just retreat to the Dragonite and punch the active with your Dragonite. Yeah, that was the play for sure, yeah. Jackson still should have just punched Arceus with Dragonite there, for sure. That should have been the play from Jackson, 100% of the time. It was just Arceus, or Dragonite punch Arceus. That was the play. And then you go into Sableye from there, and you go KO, and go from there. We see 5 or 3-3. 3-3-6. Okay, that sounds fine to me. Next turn we try and go Sableye again, KO Luminion, and then one of the Arceus. Or actually, you can KO the Arceus this turn with Dragonite. Actually, is probably the better play here from Jackson. The better play to look for. So, should see the Dragonite, knockout on the Arceus, plus ideally bench a Sableye. Okay, well, there we go. So, we just need to see a water energy here from Jackson. If you do it the other way, I think it's a little bit riskier because Ian could have the boss KO on your Dragonite, theoretically. Especially if you're giving them Pokestop. Giving them Pokestop isn't really going to get Ian anywhere, actually, I don't think. Of course. There's the water. Switch card versus Super Rod, I think is the only question there. I guess that's probably fine. But you have another Super Rod in the hand, so I don't know if you need to do that. So you just go attach water to Dragonite. And you could even, I would even maybe go out of my way here and actually just Mirage Gate. Oh, we have the vacuum for the that as well, so we take that away. You might, yeah, I think Super Rod here recovers Sableye, double Psychic, and then Mirage Gate to the Sableye is probably just correct here as well. Just like have it all set up just in case you get Iono next turn. Like if Ian does have like Iono, I mean, even if Ian has Iono, I feel like you're probably drawing into the energy as Jackson, to be honest. So it's hard to just lose. It's just really hard to lose from here. Yeah. Knockout. And yeah, Luminion set up to be KO'd next turn. So Ian conceding here wouldn't be a huge surprise, to be honest. We'll see. Takes a discard pile. I don't even know what Ian would be looking for. I think Ian is maybe just literally taking count of Jackson's resources before conceding. Just, I wouldn't be surprised to see like Ian pick up Jackson's discard pile. Well, no, goes for the Iono. I don't think there's many cards left in deck. There's not many cards left in deck here for Jackson. So I think Jackson is like almost guaranteed going to draw the Psychic. Okay. There's a punch, hit, and punch, knockout. Okay. Ian just making Jackson go through all the motions. Sounds good. I feel like I would have liked to have seen Ian concede there, probably, to be honest. To save time. All right, we got Ian going first now this time. Choice Mode is prized! Oh no, turn 1 Dragonite could be devastating here. That would be rough. Let's see. 2 gates prize, though, for Jackson. Could make it tough to pull off a turn 1 Dragonite. Yeah, but turn 1 Dragonite could be game-ending here if Jackson can pull it off. But didn't open the Comfy. I mentioned this in the last set. If you don't open Comfy, the chance of the turn 1 Mirage Gate is just goes down by a ton. Opening Comfy is like huge for pulling off the turn 1 Mirage Gate. Definitely a major difference maker for sure. So second Arceus being found here for Ian. And if Ian doesn't find like another Pokemon to put on the bench here, ideally is when this is when you want to like bench Alakazam, because then if escape, oh my gosh, no energy for Ian at all. Not good. I don't know what the prize cards for Jackson were here. Now Jackson knows though. Double gates prized. That's the most important thing here. Double gates a lot. But if you find one of your other gates early on, the thing is whenever you prize like double gate like this, well now they got moved down to the first 2 prize cards. If you like get a rough loss zone off the rip, ooh, okay, that's pretty good. So probably should see Comfy Dragonite here from this, and that's what Jackson is lining up here. Got plenty of switch cards in hand. Could definitely see some cards. Might not get to that turn 1 Dragonite this turn. It's not looking great for the turn 1 Dragonite, I feel like, but we'll see. Escape rope. We do have the vacuum though. We already have the vacuum in hand, so yeah, we could get there. Oof. Energy versus Roxanne. Okay, let's go into that concealed cards. No Colress yet. Plenty of switch cards still. Switch card coming out. Another 2. Comfy and energy. I like the third Comfy take here, I think. Just keep digging. Oof, we're whiffing here now, though. I would take the escape rope, I think. I would take the escape rope here if I'm Jackson. The Nest Ball's just not doing very much for us this turn. Oh, wait, that's not true. Wait, is it? Oh, we can attack with Cram. Okay, attacking with Cram is pretty good here. I take it back. Attacking with Cram here is actually pretty good. I didn't think we were going to be able to get to Cram. I thought we were just like settling for pass. But no, Cram's solid. We have the vacuum. Vacuum away the Raikou. Not the Drapion. Drapion's actually a lot better than Raikou in this matchup, I feel like. Because like Raikou can... It's pretty easy to limit Raikou's damage to like 160. Also, Drapion doesn't get 1-hit KO'd by like a double turbo. Yeah, I like the Drapion more than the Raikou's a lot easier to set up. I don't know, to be honest. I think I like it more. Do I really know? What do I know? All right. 110 is still solid here, though, for sure. Especially for how slow of a start Ian had. Is Ian just dead drawing? No Chorus on the turn, of course, was rough. Did burn 3 switch cards as well. A lot of switch cards down, to be honest, in general. And Ian's hand might be dead. Ian might be going... A Boss Dragonite's not bad here, actually. I think that's what Ian is thinking about here. Yeah, because we have an Ultra Ball. Might even just have the V-Star in hand. You could go V-Star double turbo plus boss up Dragonite and try and trap it for a turn. Or 2 turns. I actually kind of like that from Ian. There's a lot of switch cards gone already. And there's only a 2-card hand here from Jackson. I want Ian to go for that play, to be honest. I want to see boss plus double turbo. See what he goes for, though. Yeah, there's the boss. I like it. Yeah, 2-card hand. Didn't play a Chorus. Already like 4 switch cards gone. I like this for sure. See that boss on the Dragonite plus double turbo active to load up the bench Arceus. The choice belt is prized here, and I think Ian has discovered that. And should probably bench the Alakazam in case of an escape rope, to be honest. Yeah, I don't like not benching Alakazam here. Because now if Jackson goes escape rope, punch your Arceus with the Dragonite, that sucks. Or even honestly, escape rope punch with Cram is not good either. Pokestop. And they're all the supporters. They had to be coming up soon. All right, pretty bad hand here for Jackson. There's the pass over. Yeah, I think bench Alakazam there. I don't know. I guess like maybe Ian's thinking if they do play escape rope, but I push Alakazam, then Alakazam gets stuck. So why would I want to do that either? That could be the thought process here. Ultra Ball coming in from Ian, giving up the Alakazam actually. Okay, interesting. Losing the no more Alakazam, no more Zamin. Retreat, attach, retreat, attack. Just gonna hold the hand. I was thinking maybe Ian would go for Illuminating here, but I like this a little bit more. I think. Yeah, you you have 2 supporters in hand, I believe, or at least 1. There's like a Judge or an Iono in hand, so you still have some draw support if you ever need to go for it. But as far as you know, right now Jackson's dead drawing. So, and you did get this first punch on the Dragonite, which is the most important. Okay, we got double gate plus the switch card. I think you're taking double gate switch card here, and we're at 5 in the loss zone for Jackson. Oof, we're a chorus away from 7. So if we switch cart into Comfy, Comfy gets chorus, we go from there. I think Jackson is thinking about maybe using the Pokestop. I would not use Pokestop first here, though. Here we go. Chorus. Clara? Chorus? It's Clara. That's not good. Wait, are we at 7? Are we really at 7? That seems fake. Maybe it's real. All right, well, we do get the attack with Dragonite off this turn, and there's no Alakazam to kind of punish the bench damage that Dragonite's going to spread onto our bench. So still a lot of damage in play to work with here for Jackson. Looking for a Sableye or a Greninja play on the next turn. Ideally, Sableye. See, yeah, Sableye's like super clean on this next turn. And if there's no Lost City here from Ian as well, no Lost City here means we can get access to our Dragonite again on the next turn. So here comes the 250. Let's see what Bob can put together here. As the knockout, but no Lost City would be tough. There's the Iono. Both are drawing 6, though. 6 cards here is pretty good for Jackson, to be honest. Need to see that Lost City here for Bob. There's a Lost City. Okay, that's a huge hit there from... Ooh, double Lost City. I should do into both. Because if the Dragonite got to come back for another hit later in the game, it might have been just over, to be honest. Like to close out the game on the third attacker from Ian. Because Ian needs to set up another attacker at some point, probably. So you want to see a Sableye... we want to see a Sableye attack here from Jackson. I would maybe play the Nest Ball first. It depends what's on the bottom of the deck. I don't actually know what's on the bottom here for Jackson. So I think we want to see a Sableye attack this turn. No, it's just too clean to not use Sableye, I think, here. Also, you want to keep your Greninja in play to play around Ionos and Judges and stuff like that. So we'll see, though. There's the Chorus. Yeah, did get the Sableye. A couple of Vacuums in there. 4 Sealstone. I think we're definitely getting to 10 here. The question just is, okay, we have the Psychic Energy as well. We're at 11, actually. Okay, what just happened? Okay, yeah. Wait. Actually, the Comfy might be stuck. We might have to punch with Cram here, which is still something. Oh, wait, do they play that when the Lost Zone gets to 10? All right, Super Rod. Water, Psychic on the way. Oh my gosh, there's so much energy in the discard pile. Sheesh. Like, all the energy in the discard pile. Psychic, Water. Okay, sounds good. Cram Punch is not super efficient here, to be honest. Like, from here on out, if Jackson was able to be damage efficient, I think Jackson would be in a pretty good spot, but we're not damage efficient on this attack. Over to Ian. Has another Lost City to replace the one that just got replaced. And I think Jackson is running out of ways to replace Stadium. So Lost Cities might be sticking from this point on. This Lost City might just be in the game, in play for the rest of the game. Now Ian has to set up another attacker as well. I think there is an Umbreon V in the deck here. Or in the hand here for Ian. So we might be seeing Umbreon come down here from Ian. Umbreon V. Maybe there's access to Duraludon V. Maybe Arceus. We'll see. There's an Arceus V as well. I think we're benching something here as Ian. I mean, your active probably can't get KO'd, to be honest. So maybe you don't bench anything as Ian to play around Greninja. 90 in your active and 90 in your bench Pokemon. You actually might not bench anything here as Ian. That doesn't seem terrible. Because now we could see the Greninja attack here from Jackson. So we go down to 3 as Ian. But KOing the Umbreon's going to be pretty hard here for Ian, to be honest. But Raikou actually doesn't get one hit KO'd by the Umbreon. So that could be something as well. But Jackson did lose their Roxanne. So I think they could maybe just get gusted around the rest of the game. So it does go hit the Umbreon. But now, that does make Greninja like a pretty good attacker here from Jackson. If Jackson can find the Greninja attack, that's actually like pretty reasonable. We might just see Jackson send up Sableye and then use Clar though to recover Psychic Energy. And you could pressure. I don't even know what you do here, to be honest. 3 prize cards left for Ian. How do you ever win? What is winning? Yeah, we are going to see the Clara play. Think about using the gate, actually. Well, I guess maybe you don't want to use Clara because then you don't have a way to recover your Sableye. But I guess the Lost City's in play, so it doesn't really matter anyway. Oh, let's just Sableye in the discard pile as well. And then maybe you Greninja. Would attacking with Greninja have been better? So Greninja goes 90-90. You know, Ian probably has the Umbreon in the hand. I mean, I think you just put 120 on the Umbreon and hope it can't evolve. Like, I think you have to put, or maybe not 120. Maybe you put one active, 110 on the bench. Instead, we see 80-40. There's the discovery. So we do have the Umbreon here for Ian. And then maybe you just go KO the Greninja here as Ian, to be honest. That's the thing that does the most damage. Like, the Greninja does the most damage. So you might just go Umbreon, KO Greninja on this turn as Ian. And then Jackson goes Sableye. And then you go attack. Yeah, there's the Greninja chase. That's what I was wondering if we should just Greninja last turn from Jackson, to be honest. Would that have actually won Jackson the game if Jackson had gone Greninja 90-90 last turn into Sableye? Oh my gosh, I gotta do some math. What are we looking at here? 121. What is this? 120, 170, 180, 190? What? 120, 170, what does 190 ever do for us? Why did we put 4 on the bench? Because we wanted, yeah, Jackson should have used Greninja last turn. Jackson should have used Greninja last turn for sure. Gone 90-90. There was 80 put here. So we'd be at 200 active. 200 active, 90 bench. And then next turn you could have gone Sableye 80-40. The Raikou still wouldn't KO there. But if we had the Drapion would have KO'd. Yeah, the Drapion would have KO'd. Oh, that does put it in range for Greninja. It is in range for Greninja right now. But you should have Ninja'd last turn. Yeah, you should have expected the Gust. If we had the Drapion, this is why I like the Drapion, like I was saying. We should have kept Drapion over Raikou when Jackson played that vacuum or whatever. Thinking about setting up one more Arceus here for Ian. We actually might be retreating this act. Well, actually always getting KO'd by Sableye. Here we go. Punch, load it up. I don't know if you had to bench it. I don't think you had to attach a choice belt here as Ian because you know that Jackson's Roxanne is gone in the Lost Zone. So there's no way your hand is getting disrupted. So you should have just held the choice belt here as Ian. All right. Sableye. I guess, does this ever give a win con for Jackson? No. Yeah, if Jackson had gone, keep Drapion, use Greninja, use Sableye, use Drapion. Jackson actually had a win condition, a win route there. But getting rid of the Drapion earlier was definitely a mistake, like I was mentioning. And then definitely not attacking with Greninja as soon as possible was also a mistake. You just want to do as much damage as soon as possible, as efficiently as possible. I mean, like if the Greninja like over KO to the point where Sableye's doing the same amount of damage, you probably want to use Sableye over a Greninja, but it's pretty efficient there. I almost wonder if it's like correct for Jackson to just scoop here. Maybe attack with Raikou is correct here. Because the more turns you give Ian, the more likely Ian is going to be able to KO your Raikou. So if you attack with Raikou this turn, I don't know. Does that even make any sense? I don't even know if that makes sense. So we KO the active, put the rest on the Umbreon. Nope, 3 of the Arceus. But isn't the Dragonite in the Lost Zone? I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't matter, does it? I'm trying to think if it ever matters. I don't know what Ian's worried about here. Not much to be worried about. As long as you can evolve your bench Arceus and have an energy to retreat it so it doesn't get stuck, I think you just win here at the end. So there's the attach. Arceus can currently KO anything in Jackson's deck unless Jackson gets... if Ian has a boss, Ian always just wins next turn. If Jackson can, like, has Vacuum for the choice spell and then punch the active with Raikou, I guess Jackson has a route. But I don't know if that's even available. All right, 15 minutes going into game 3. Jackson will be going first again. So far, who's ever gone first has won so far. Prize cards. Actually, the Spiritomb being prized is actually probably good for Ian. We don't know. I don't think we've seen Jackson play an Echoing Horn, so it doesn't really matter. So prize cards not really relevant on either side, to be honest. Comfy start here for Jackson. Battle VIP Pass plus Nest Ball. We got the Greninja. We got the Dragonite. We got the Comfy. We opened a Comfy. It's looking good for Jackson so far. Yeah, just get everything out of the deck. Want to try and find that Forest Shield Stone in case you get Iono. Do you have Forest Shield Stone in play? Comfy first here. Probably should have used Greninja first here. Oof. Yeah, definitely should have used Greninja first here. I actually don't like that. Grabs the Force Shield Stone. I like the Force Shield Stone grab just in case that I don't know. Yeah, why are we not using Greninja here? Are we trying to... No, we need more... why do we not use Greninja first here? I think we definitely should have used Greninja first here. I don't like that sequence at all there, actually, from Jackson, to be honest. I like playing the heavy ball here, though. Check your prize cards, know what's prized. There's nothing in the prize cards, right? Oh, no, there was. What was it? Who was that? Is it Comfy? Who was prized? I already forgot. Comfy, okay. Actually, maybe would have left that in the prize cards, to be honest. Oh, I guess they can use a third Comfy here. Maybe that is worth it. For the Battle VIP Pass. I would hold the Nest Ball here, because if you attack with Dragonite, you want to have the Nest Ball to be able to probably put a Sableye in play. And if you don't attack with Dragonite, you want to be able to get Cram. So actually, I don't like this Nest Ball here. They're going to grab the Sableye here, but if you whiff the Dragonite attack next turn, then you... I mean, I guess you could attack with Greninja maybe instead, but... Well, no, then you'd attack with Dragonite. Yeah, I actually don't like this Nest Ball here, because it's possible you don't get to 7, and then you'd want to be able to attack with Cram. So I would just hold the Nest Ball there if I was Jackson. I don't like that Nest Ball play there. All right, let's see what Bob can put together. Has the Arc. See if they got the energy. Sort of once again, like, be the... Nice Judge wouldn't be that good, I guess. I'm going to be stopping around probably one more match, and then we'll do the rest tomorrow. Arceus, energy, Iono. Yeah, okay. That's pretty good for Jackson, to be honest. Jackson did not have, like, many cards in hand. Now we got some cards in hand. Now we're cooking. Another Arceus here from Ian. And I think you do actually want to KO the Umbreon V here as Jackson, because if the Umbreon evolves, it has more HP than Arceus. And you also get the utility of the ability. And they're all going to evolve. Like, theoretically, they all evolve next turn anyways. If you escape rope KO an Arceus, then you just set up the Umbreon anyways as Ian. And then Ian's board becomes Arceus, Umbreon, and then either another Umbreon or Duraludon or Arceus or something. So I think you actually want to KO the active here. I think you want to KO the Umbreon here as Jackson. To take away the utility of the Gust. Yeah. I'd KO the Umbreon here if you could. They need to get a little bit better at, like, being on the screen more aggressively. So we got the attach retreat here from Jackson. You need to find a switch card. Goes with the Pokestop, actually. Oh, all right, that's insane. Switch card. Comfy again. Get rid of the Force Seal Stone. You already have one in play. I don't know why they're checking. They have a Force Seal Stone in play. Okay, we're good. 5. We can get to 7 with the Vacuum. You want to keep around the other Pokestop, though. There's a Battle VIP Pass you can Vacuum with. So you should just use Force Seal Stone here. Get what you need to get. Whoa. Now we're going to burn double gates? That's not good. This is a misplay here. Why would we want to burn double gate when we have a switch card we could have played, right? Am I trolling? Was there not a switch card to have played? And then they get rid of the... Oh, maybe they want to keep the Force Seal Stone around? I feel like you're getting knocked out this turn, though. Maybe it's fine. Let's see how it plays out. I don't think we had to burn double gate, though. Wait, there's not... They do have to burn double gate here, actually. I'm sorry. No. No, we do. Wait a second. No, we do. Yeah, we have to burn double gate here. I'm wrong. There we go. 4 energy off the Mirage Gates. Oh, wait, we had a boss KO? Wait, what? I didn't realize we had boss KO. Did we not use a Chorus? Jeez. And we still have our 4 seals. No, did we? They used the V-Star. What they V-Star? Oh, they V-Starred for the boss. Okay, that's insane, actually. They're going crazy. They actually are going crazy. Okay, Raihan's coming out now. Do they actually have... Does Ian have the KO? Raihan. Oh, Ian does have the return KO. Ultra Ball. I'm going to go ahead and grab the Alakazam. Boom. Zam 2 up off the Greninja, 2 the Dragonite. Dude. All right, that's like kind of ridiculous. To have everything, though? And the Lost City? Bruh, chill. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, from Jackson, what do? It gets rough. You want to attack with Greninja before it gets KO'd. So you definitely want to attack with Greninja this turn. This is the turn to attack with Greninja as Jackson. And Drapion becomes like our big hitter for the rest of the game. Like, we need to set up Drapion. Got to keep Drapion around. We're attacking. We want to attack with Greninja this turn. That's kind of the plan. I didn't think he had everything, man. Yeah, this is literally what the Alakazam is for. This is why you play Alakazam in the deck. I mean, it's good against Guardia as well, so it's not the only reason, but definitely getting rid of Comfy here. We have 3 Comfy in play. We don't need another Comfy. 6 minutes left. Nest Ball here for another Sableye. But like I said, we want to attack with Greninja this turn. This is the turn to attack with Greninja. The awkward thing from here, though, is like you can't attack with Drapion and Greninja. Because Drapion needs double gate and Greninja needs 1, which is all 4 gates. I can't tell what that is. Vacuum and water, I think. Yeah, I think we're always taking the water here. Greninja would be a pretty good attacker here, though. But maybe you do have to settle for a Sableye attack. I think that is what we're settling for here. So we should throw... I think you just throw 12 on the Umbreon to threaten it. Or 11 on Umbreon, maybe 1 on... Ooh, we did get the gate play, though, in the end. Jackson still maybe could have attacked with Greninja here. No. We don't want to put damage on Alakazam until... Yeah, so you actually... One on Alakazam. I don't hate that. 1 on Alakazam, 11 on the Umbreon. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Because now you threaten the Umbreon KO. So now Ian's not going to evolve this Umbreon, I don't think, though. If you evolve the Umbreon, then all of a sudden Jackson can win by going KO Umbreon, KO Alakazam. Did get another Lost City. Ian's been hitting these Lost Cities. We could see Ian go to the Umbreon, though. Wait, what's happening? Oh, the Alakazam moved the damage. Okay. But see, now this is awkward. This is awkward as well for Ian, because now we can see Jackson. Yeah, and there wasn't... The Sableye survived. So now we can see Jackson go for the Greninja play. See, this is like... It gets awkward here. So now we can see Jackson go for the Greninja play, hit the benched Umbreon for the KO, and then KO the Arceus as well. If Jackson had the energy in there, Jackson should have just gone for the Greninja play there. I don't know if Jackson had the 2 energy and deck to be able to use... There's the gate was in the hand, but then just drew into an energy there. So Jackson maybe messed up the sequencing there, and maybe should have just like set up Greninja and use the... It does have an Ordinary Rod or Super Rod. Definitely grab the Colress. Ooh. I think you still grab the Colress there. I don't know. Colress is pretty good there. I mean, the Nest Ball gets you the Sableye back out into play, but... Maybe? Okay, Sableye, Lightning, Water. Nest Ball. Okay. All right, I can see it. Mirage Gate here. Water, Lightning to the Greninja. It's looking good. It's looking good for Jackson right now. Yeah, Nest Ball over Colress, though. I'm not sure. The Ionos are going to start to hit here. Going into this next turn, this is when the Ionos start to really hurt, so... We have the attachment for water. Yep, got the attachment. Can we... Ooh, do we vac? I think you... So at this point, we only have 1 Mirage Gate left. You probably vac the Drapion. And get rid of the Choice Belt, because you could keep the Stop in play. I don't know how many items are even left in the deck, though, to be honest. Yeah, it goes for the damage on the Arceus V. So from here on out, Ian's win condition is Iono. So Jackson wins with double Sableye or Greninja Sableye. So Jackson's in a pretty good spot here. Has a Psychic already built up on one of the Sableyes. Has a Psychic in hand. Does have 1 Mirage Gate left. But I don't know. Does have a Super Rod as well. There's that Super Rod right there. So it's all Ionos here for Ian. There's one in hand. The Sableye's already set up, though. It's an Ultra Ball. You don't really need to evolve the bench Arceus here, because Sableye doesn't KO the bench Arceus, but is going out of the way to evolve it. I mean, you may as well if you can, I guess, but I wonder if Ian has like Boss Lost City. Do you just get rid of the Sableye instead? You maybe do. Let's see. Iono in the hand. There's also an Umbreon. No Lost City. I don't see a Lost City. I have no idea why. Oh, maybe Ian just didn't shuffle there. Attach. Research, actually. Digging for that Lost City, I feel like, then. Otherwise, why wouldn't you? Yeah, digging for the Lost City. But now you just, as Ian, you just lose to Sableye, right? You gotta use the Iono there, right? You can't leave. Wait, knockout. 1 prize card. You can't leave Jackson with the 5-card hand here, can you? Or 6? I think it's a 6-card hand. Oh, wait, what is the turns, though? I just realized time was called. Whose turn is whose? Do they have 2 turns? What just happened? Dude. Okay. So I think Jackson does have the dub here. 12. Is there some... Oh, wait a second. Is Jackson out of switch cards? Jackson might be out of switch cards, actually. The mean look. Now, Jackson could start attacking with Comfy. Yeah, Jackson could start attacking with Comfy here. But I think Ian's gonna run away with a tie here. There might be 0 switch cards left here for Jackson. Tie. All right. End up in a tie. The cheese, bro. The cheese. The mean look. I actually wonder... How long could Ian mean look for? Not that long, to be honest. So, yeah, if there was more time... Jackson would have won, but... That was a good play. That was definitely a good play, yeah. Definitely a good play. Time at perfect, so Jackson would be turn 0. But wait a second. I mean, Jackson being turn 0, I don't think matters. He has Alakazam to move the damage back to get a double KO eventually. Oh, that's true. Ian actually would have won through the Alakazam. That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah. So actually, Ian would have, with more time, Ian would have won. Yeah, out of switch cards. Huh. Yeah, Ian almost had him there. There had to be a moment. There had to be like a mistake on Jackson's part though to overextend their switch cards. There had to be like a moment where like Jackson could have just like played a little bit more conservatively and like played less switch cards. For sure. All right, I got one more left in me, chat, before I'm headed off here. We got Vance Kelly with the Mew versus Rowan with the Guardy Ralt prized. Let's see what kind of Mew Vance is playing. I'm pretty sure it's Fusion Mew. Yep. Here is the Penguin. Does Rowan play Spiritomb? I don't know if Rowan plays the Spiritomb or not. I can find out, though. Let's find out. Yep, there is the Spiritomb for Rowan. Doesn't Ian have a Kazam plus DT lock until win? I mean, maybe. I mean, yeah, Ian would have won that game, actually, for sure, with the Alakazam lock. Alakazam, Umbreon lock. Mew grab here for Rowan. What else? Checking prize cards. There's 1 Ralt prize. The biggest thing to get here for Rowan is just the Spiritomb, though. I actually even wonder, like, what if instead of grabbing Mew, you just grab Spiritomb? Is that ever worth it? Is that too risky? I mean, they did open the Ice Cube, so, like, Vance could just have the... So you kind of want, like, Manaphy and Spiritomb here, to be honest. Oh, almost whiffed the battle. It actually would have been a pretty big whiff. Ralt Spiritomb is probably the grab here. The Ice Cube opening, like, if they open Genesect, like, do you ever, like, stress Manaphy here? They are. It looks like they're considering it. They do have a level ball in hand, so they could level ball for the Manaphy or another Ralts. They do have 2 Curly in hand, so you may as well get another Ralts here. They do go for the Manaphy here. Okay. I mean, you can play this matchup really slow because of the power of Spiritomb in the matchup. Yeah, you can play this matchup really slow because of the power of Spiritomb. You may as well play around Vance like having the nuts opening, right? Grammy coming out. Tails. Flipping coins. Cringe. There's a Force Seal Stone in the hand here for Vance. A Lost City and an Escape Rope. Yeah, I think I like the Escape Rope. I think I like that. What is the other card in the hand? Is it a boss? I think you just go get like a judge. And I think you just like Force Seal Stone for judge. You can Force Seal Stone on a Spiritomb, right? It's the same thing as Path. Yeah, I think if I'm Vance here, I'm just going to get judge. Maybe Iono. I mean, it depends if one of them's prized, I guess. You're never grabbing the Battle VIP pass. You're never grabbing Sparkle. Yeah, I think it is Iono or judge here. I can't imagine what else you could grab here that would keep you in this game. Spiritomb is a little bit tough to deal with. What? Did they actually go for the Sparkle? So they're gonna Genesect for 1, and wait. Oh, they have a Lost City in it. Yeah, they're gonna Genesect for 1. I think getting the Iono is better here. Yeah, I think grabbing that Iono and drawing 6 new cards is a little bit better. It's a little bit better. Got the gloves though. They were cooking. Yeah, I would have gone with the Iono grab there. All right, Curlia's coming in. That's a level ball in hand. So we'll see another Ralts down this turn. I don't think Rowan is stressed to it. You're not stressed for a turn 2 Guardia attack with this board safe from Vance. So retreat to Mew. Just keep building up. Ooh, got rid of the guard for though. You don't want to see that, but depends what the rest of the hand is, of course. Level ball, another Ralts. And if there's an energy in hand, retreat the Manaphy. Let's see. Pass. No retreat to the Mew. I mean, that's probably fine as well, right? You don't really care if the Manaphy goes down. You'll be all right with that. Double turbo top deck here from Vance. How does the Ice Cube work? Can the Ice Cube attack the bench? The gloves? No, can the Ice Cube attack the active? That's what I meant to ask. Because you could boss the Spiritomb. Okay, boss Spiritomb. All right, we're cooking here. Draw 1, 2. 2 Ultra Balls. Not going to help this turn. And then Ice Cube Punch. It does knock it out, and it does go to Lasso. So we got something going here. Vance is cooking it up. But yeah, it's not looking good. As long as there's a Guardi EX attack this turn, I think Rowan just literally wins the game, so. Go draw 2 more off the Shiny Arcana. And you have the Guardi EX. I don't even know if I like that candy there, though, because you could have just evolved that to a Curly instead and just got done more refinement digging. I don't even know if I like that. Depends what the hand is. There's a research. Okay, maybe it is correct then. You didn't have the Curly in hand. And yeah, Vance scoops. Okay, makes sense. A little bit tough to make a comeback there. Vance will be going first in this one, though, which does make a big difference. Double fusions prized, but still, as long as Rowan doesn't open the Spiritomb, Zation prize, that could be a big one. Also, second card EX being prized could be a big deal too. Like if this gets lost zoned, the other one does, then you might just lose here. So, like that's probably tougher to happen. But okay, did not open the Spiritomb. Vance has got a chance in this one then. Get some basic Pokemon in play, draw some cards, set yourself up to turn 2 boss KO the Spiritomb, or get some fusion energy down so if the Spiritomb comes down later, you have an out to it. So. How's Vance using the Genesect ability with Spiritomb? Fusion energy gets around Spiritomb. I can just like skip ahead of this stuff too. All right, we get the Genesect and the Mew. The power of the power of technology here. Me skipping ahead through plays. Choice belt in hand. Did not attach a choice belt. Wow, that's weird. I guess we weren't drawing any cards anyways. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, pass over to Rowan. This is actually not good though for Vance because Vance doesn't have a Mew EX in hand. Vance has boss, energy to retreat the Genesect, but no way to actually KO. No way to actually KO the thing. So. And Spiritomb is in the deck, so we'll probably see that getting grabbed alongside the Mew. The Mew's probably trying to look for another Battle VIP pass. Fusion Energy gets past pass as well. No, it gets around abilities. Abilities don't affect the Pokemon that fusion the fusion strike Pokemon that you're attached to. Path's not an ability, so. So we go with Mew and Spiritomb. ICU not in play like it was. I don't think Rowan's going to be stressing the Manaphy here. I'm probably just going to look for quad Ralts. We'll see, though. There's still bench space to put the ICU down, I guess, so. I'll make it work, I guess. There's a research in hand as well. I mean, I think you may as well go. Interesting. So not going to play. That's weird. Why wouldn't you just play the research there? Because now we're just going to play the research, right? Yeah, just play this in and play the research. I don't know what Rowan's holding out here for. That's just like a bad sequence there. Yeah, that's just a bad sequence there from Rowan. Why not just like jump? Like, who cares? I mean, the Sinnoh's good in this matchup. Because you can go Spiritomb, Iono, Sinnoh. But you're playing the research. You know, we're not playing this research. We're playing this research every time. Manaphy down as well. And now, like, we probably would have, if we had used the Mew now, we definitely almost would have definitely found a way to get another Ralts in place. So now we're just behind here for no reason as Rowan. Or a way to maybe get Candy Guardy set up. Okay. Oh, we do have the Mew VMAX in the hand here, actually, for Vance. So we do have the KO on the Spiritomb here. But we actually can't do it. Because the Sinnoh is making the double turbos not double turbos. All right, so we should probably still see a boss on the Spiritomb here from Vance. To at least get it into the active. Double turbo active. And yeah, Sinnoh doing some work here. Pass. Yeah. And this is why Mew is not a good deck anymore. Spiritomb's a thing. Another level ball in the hand here for Rowan. Probably should just see level ball for Curly again. Curly away in energy. I can't tell what that. I think it's an Iono in the hand, but you're never playing the Iono here, so. Just level ball for Curlia for sure here, I think. I don't know what Rowan seems to be like overthinking all these things, but there's nothing really to overthink. You just get Curlia, use Curlia. You're not attacking this turn, that's fine. Save the Ultra Ball. Use Curlia to get rid of a Psychic. Draw 2 more. Retreat the Spiritomb to Mew. Try and use Mew to find some way to find Ralts. Save your Ultra Ball for next turn. Ultra Ball finds Guardy X. You swing next turn with Guardy X. Chilling. You're in a good spot. That's the switch in hand. Maybe you burn the switch here to like attach and build up an energy on a Curlia to become a Shiny Arcana. You see the Ultra Ball coming down, actually. I don't like this play. You want to save the Ultra Ball to get the Guardies, not to get a Ralts. You should send up the Mew here and use the Mew to try and find an out to Ralts. And save the Ultra Ball next turn for the Guardies. Unless there's, yeah, this is actually just a bad sequence here from, it's a bad play from Rowan. See, now you have the Fog Crystal. The Fog Crystal should get the Ralts. See, now you're getting the Ultra Ball again. You should get a Fog Crystal off that, save your Ultra Ball. And now you're going to use this Ultra Ball and burn like more resources than you need to find your Gardevoirs. So you should have just used Mew first there as Rowan. All right, back over to Vance. The hand still sucks, but does have a path. But if you put path in play, well, okay. Actually, you know what? To be honest, I think that was a pretty good top deck for Vance. We're cooking. Boss back on the Spiritomb. Bring it back up. But now you're locked yourself out of the game with path. But at least you get the knockout. And if Rowan wants to do anything next turn, Rowan does have to replace your stadium with their own. But Rowan could just leave this Path to the Peak in play. I mean, Rowan could just recover Spiritomb as well with a Super Rod as well, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't know. You got some options here. If there's there's a Super Rod. So we can do it all here for Rowan. You can start with some refinements probably. I don't think I love this first. Did find the level ball, which can find the Spiritomb, so you should be fine here. Could find the rare Candy, which Candy's into Gardevoir, but once again, if you don't need to Candy into Gardevoirs, you'd rather go up through Curlias because that lets you see more cards. So I think I'd take the level ball here if I was Rowan. Because that either gets another Curlia, like you just don't need to Candy into Gardevoir. Just gets back to Spiritomb. Yeah, the rare Candy I don't think makes a ton of sense here, to be honest. I also probably would have just started with refinements. Or I would have started with like I probably would have. I think what I like. Oh, we actually got rid of the rare Candy. See, so I think Rowan should have. I can't tell what the full hand is, but I think Rowan should start with Super Rod, Spiritomb, and then just go into Curlias and then finish with the Mew. Because there's too many good things off Mew that you could potentially want to see. I think there is a boss in the hand here for Rowan, so we're probably going to see a boss KO on the Genesect on the bench. Maybe the Mew. Do we ever KO the Mew instead? I actually don't know. There was the Iono in hand though, so we always had a target here for the refinements. So we should have just started ramping up with the refinements, to be honest. Super Rod back the Schmuck, the Tomb. See, now because we got that rare Candy, we actually don't have a way to get Guardy EX and the Spiritomb. It's another bad sequence here from Rowan. We should have started with Super Rod. Also, you should keep all your bosses here, because Rowan could actually literally just go double Guardy EX and just boss KO the bench for the whole game. I actually don't even think Rowan's taking a knockout here now. But like I said, if Rowan doesn't Mew first, just play the Super Rod first, then Refinement. Now we're going the Research route. But like boss KO the Mew V here is actually kind of sick. I kind of like that. Boss KO Mew. Nah, it's probably we have the Spirit Tomb in play. Boss KO one of these things off the bench. You could just go boss, 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 boss. And we could have done that if Rowan had held the Ultra Ball to make the Ultra Ball become Guardy EX. But this actually goes back to the previous turn where Rowan missequenced. And we could have used Mew to get a Fog Crystal to get a Ralts. Instead, Rowan went Ultra Ball for a Ralts. And then got a level ball off the... I even forget. But we could have had like an out to Guard EX in hand already. Instead, we're researching here and punching the active, which isn't terrible. But... I don't think we're ever one hit KO on the active here, so we'd much rather just boss KO a 2-prizer. And if we keep like 2 boss in hand or 3 boss, whatever, I think Rowan does play the 3 boss. You can just go boss, boss, boss to win the game. And that was like actually a pretty reasonable play here from Rowan. Got level ball here, so should get a Curlia here. It was said like if you don't need to rare candy, you shouldn't rare candy. You should just like go through the Curlias instead because it gives you more draw power. Got the Ultra Ball off the Mew Tail. Oh, that's right. We got another Ultra Ball off the Mew Tail. But we should have already just had a... But then you don't have the cards to use that Ultra Ball or as cleanly, so... Yeah, I definitely think this is sequenced pretty poorly from Rowan. So yeah, actually, if Vance... Depending on how Vance draws, if Vance could actually KO this Gardevoir with a Lost City, Vance actually just wins this game. Now, that's pretty tough to do with a Spirit Tomb in play, but... Yeah, it's pretty tough to do with a Spirit Tomb in play, but I think Vance would literally just win this game if they can do it. And their hand is not very good either, so it's not looking good for Vance, but it's possible. We'll see what they can do. And actually, I think Rowan's taking note of that as well here. Rowan's like, I know my other Guardy EX is prized, so if this actually does get Lost City KO'd, I just lose, so I need to have some other kind of attacker set up to draw more prize cards potentially. And this could become like a Shiny Arcana, which could maybe KO... like a Genesect or something to get 2 more prize cards, which could get them the Guard EX. Another Choice Belt for Vance, perfect. Cram, this got to be a heads here. Tails. Retreat to Mew and pass, I think is the best play here for Vance. Can't think of a better play. You definitely don't want to leave your Mew in the active. You definitely want to keep your Genesects around. Ooh, retreat to Genesect. I don't like that. I would retreat to Mew there. I think retreat to Mew is a little bit better. Because if you top deck a Sparkle, you want to be able to Sparkle to both Genesects to be able to play the game. Here we go. Curlia's cooking. Boss KO from here from Rowan. Rowan has 1 boss left. I probably wouldn't boss KO if I was Rowan here. I'd probably just go for build up energy on your bench. Oh, we're almost already decked out here for Rowan as well. You don't need to see too many more cards here. Just put some energy on the bench Guardy. Like attach return to the bench Gardevoir here. And then just knock out the Genesect. I think it's fine. There's the KO. Didn't attach to the bench Gardevoir. Could have done that, but depending on like how many energy you have left, you might want to hold on to it. Another Mew top deck here for Vance. Love to see it. And another pass. Don't retreat to the Genesect. Retreat to the Mew. Oh, we can hit this turn. We can hit this turn. Okay, never mind. We got that Techno Blast. We're making moves. And actually, in this situation, it's still pretty much over. But Rowan actually, well, there's no way Rowan ever actually attacks with the Gardevoir EX here. You always retreat to the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. Every time. Every single time. There's no way you ever attack with Gardevoir EX. Knowing your other Gardevoir EX is in the last 2 prize cards, you don't ever attack with it here. I'm pretty sure it's still in those prize cards as well. I think we should just thin out the deck as much as possible to play around like Roxanne or Iono. Most Mews only play the Iono. No one really plays the Roxanne, but still, whatever one it might be. There's the boss left in the deck, so if you just KO the active, you're a boss away from winning the game. If you get Iono, you can see your whole deck, the remainder of your deck, so you shouldn't dig through any more of your deck. Probably just overload your baby Gardevoir and then retreat to it and attack with it. Or overload 2 baby Gardevoirs and then attack with one of them. Doesn't really matter. Go to another energy on that Gardevoir. Then we should see the retreat. No attack with that. I mean, that still works as well because the baby Gardevoir on the bench still gets the knockout. And now we have the Gardevoir EX off the prize cards here. So we should be good. I still almost like retreating to the baby Gardevoir there, though, I feel like. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. All right. I think Vance is cooked. Oh, wait. For Seal Stone. So we should see the Iono grab here from Vance, I think. But it doesn't matter because we know Rowan is guaranteed to draw into boss. So the Iono is just going to give Rowan boss here. Go ahead and just skip ahead. Basically just a formality at this point. And, okay. Didn't even get anything anyways. Man, this was a pretty sad set. Someone in chat said that. This one was a sad one. That was pretty sad. Sheesh. Vance got cooked. I mean, that is the power of Spirit Tomb, though. It doesn't really matter if you're playing Fusion Mew or non-Fusion Mew. Like, if you're playing non-Fusion Mew, you're done. You're already done. The game's already over. But if you're playing Fusion Mew, you get like you get to believe that you're still in the game. You're still done. Like, you're still cooked. but you get to believe that you're still in the game. You know, every top deck could be a sparkle to keep you in the game, or maybe you get lucky, and your turn 1 has a sparkle to actually set up some cards, but you don't actually attack with like a attacker turn 1. You just kind of dirtle for a little bit, and then you end up losing to Iono, Spiritomb, Sinnoh at the end of the game, anyways. But you know, you get to play some Pokemon, right? If you're playing Double Turbo, you don't even get to play the game. So, all right, chat. That's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna head off. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll finish the rest of this. We'll definitely finish the rest of this tomorrow. We're in round 12. We got 3 more rounds, and then 3 rounds of top cut. And I know the finals isn't too long, so definitely should be able to clean up tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm actually going to be starting up the stream early. I was trying to be committed to doing that today. I did not start the stream up very early today. My plan was to start the stream today around 9:30 Pacific, but I started it at 9:30 Pacific. That's when I wanted to do it. I'm going to go ahead and raid Sunny. Yeah, my plan was to start the stream around like 9:30 Pacific, but I didn't start until 12. So I was like two and a half hours late. That's not good. You don't want to be 2.5 hours late. I was 2.5 hours late though. So tomorrow, the goal is what's tomorrow? Thursday? Tomorrow's Thursday. I think the goal is still the same goal. My goal is the same. The goal is to 9:30. Yeah, the goal is 9 to 9:30 is for when I'm gonna start the stream. That's the goal. I'm gonna try and hold it. More likely it's gonna be 10 a.m. Pacific, but have a good one, chat. I'll see you tomorrow for the rest of the NAIC VOD review, and then we're gonna play some PTCG live. I'm not too excited for it, but Ting Lu's unbanned. Maybe get to play some Ting Lu. I'm kind of excited for that. All right, have a good one. Peace.